Hello. Ah, shit. Hold on. Hold on. Um, I haven't done this in so long. Got to do things correct. Let's see. There you go. It's been so long that I barely remember how to do this. Okay, I'm gonna wait for that to. There we go. Thank you. All right. We'll get to it in a second. Shezar, $10. Rasta, Zia, Enkthar, Sokoman, Cassie, Seraphin, Saldino, Ilidar, Fearodon, Gleger, Foolish Flames, Friar, Sir Flux, Heroes and Diamonds, Garrus, B-Side, Showtime Tylers, JR, Flamcushion, Megan Nut, Bullvine. Hope everybody's doing all right. Thank you, Sir Flux, Sokoman, Heroes and Diamonds, Flamcushion for the resubs. Thank you, Rasta, for the tier 2 resub. 39 months. Appreciate that very much. To all of you. Will be remembered. Thank you so very much for the support. I hope everybody's doing all right. Yeah. I don't have any big speech or anything. I'm just you know, here I am, I guess. So yeah, to answer your question, Ilidar, we are taking a break from Elden Ring. That's something I had mentioned that might happen. Taking a little break from the game, play something else, and then come back to it eventually. Trying to avoid the big open world fatigue and burnout and everything. Which honestly, I wasn't feeling it personally too much. I was still very much enjoying the game, but it feels like the channel in general needed a little refreshing, like change of pace, maybe. I don't know. It felt like, but maybe it was unrelated. I don't know. That's as always when you're doing this, you're sort of navigating in the dark and just making educated guesses and all that. But we'll see. I'm ready to play something else for a while. We'll see how that one goes. I'm not quite fully sure, how this one's gonna work streaming wise and all that. But yeah, we'll see. Um, I'm ready to go for it. How many hours was Elden Ring? I think we're somewhere around like 350 hours in, something like that. 84 episodes or something, I think. Yeah, we'll eventually come back to it down the line. No, like, precise plan. The big, you know, the big plan was always either during breaks of Elden Ring or after Elden Ring, Expedition 33, and then Blueprints. Right, those were the games we had mentioned for a while. We'll see how it goes. It's hard to have a very specific schedule with those things. But yeah, for now we're gonna start this one. We're gonna see how it goes, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. No, I'm gonna start from the beginning. So yeah, disclaimer about the situation of Expedition 33. When the game first came out, I played roughly through Act 1. But we're gonna start from scratch. we're gonna, you know, we're gonna take it easy. And you know, it should be fine. You know, I've seen some of the story, which is what prompted me to stop playing it off stream and be like, you know what, I'm gonna stream this. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to analyze and talk about. So I've seen some of the Act One's story. There's a bunch of probably side content that, you know, I haven't really explored, and we'll have a lot of stuff to do there, even during the early parts of the game. So that's gonna be fun. And yeah, eventually, you know, we'll get into like completely unknown territory. Now, that being said, it's not something that I'm gonna keep mentioning all the time. I feel like that's one thing that I, you know, I don't like blurring the line, especially with like new viewers coming in and all that, because then they think they can talk about shit, and I don't want people to think they can talk about shit, because they never know what you know, they never know what you remember, they never know where the line is, right? So, you know, we're just gonna keep it with the same usual first playthrough rules, even on the parts of the games that I have seen. And we're, you know, it's gonna be just fine like that. What's up, Mrs. Scratch? How are you doing? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I started playing this off stream back when it came out, and then after a while I was like, you know what, I actually want to stream this. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. Yeah. In fact, I will go as far as to say that it's the parts of the game that I was skeptical about that made me want to stream it. I don't know. Everyone was raving about the game, and I was like, you know what? I have a lot of issues with this. Just from the you know, the even at like after very early in the game, I was starting to feel like, you know, there were things that I wasn't too sure about. So I'm excited to see those early parts again, see how I feel about it. We're gonna get deep into like story analysis and all that. I've prepared some notes, which I'm not sure exactly how we'll use them, but I have like sort of an idea of how I want to organize my notes. But yeah, we'll see. It's gonna take me a little bit to get into sort of a groove to take the notes appropriately and see what we can do with it. Because obviously it's very different than something like Elden Ring, right? There's no like open nature to it. Well, you know, a little bit, but there's no like big open world sort of, you grab little pieces of lore here and there. It feels way more directed as an experience. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a test for me as well on that front. So yeah. But yeah, what's up, everybody? I hope you guys have been doing well. It's been pretty good for me to take a sort of break. Honestly, I've enjoyed my time. It's been refreshing to just, you know, not think about anything for a while and just basically do whatever I wanted. And it's funny because in the past few years since I started streaming again, the few times where I have taken breaks like that were typically times where rough things were happening and I was very depressed and I was struggling to even like get out of bed. Not this time. This time I was totally fine in general, you know, outside of the lingering sort of depressions, of course, but you know, I was not having a rough time or anything. I was just like, yeah. I was just happy to take it easy for a while. Yeah, I watched season 1 of Arcane. That was fun. I gotta watch season 2 soon. Very impressive show. I have a few issues with some of the things in that show, but I found it pretty impressive. I didn't like the sort of music videos with pop songs in the middle of the episodes. Those were a little weird for me. I understand I'm not the target audience for that, but outside of that, yeah, the narrative, the characters were really good. The somehow like the visuals and everything made me want to play Dishonored. I need to play Dishonored at some point. It there's something about like that steampunk-esque vibe that kind of made me want to play it, and also like the sort of painted-ish style, you know. Yeah, I really watching Arcane somehow made me want to play Dishonored. I don't know, it's just a weird thing. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I don't know. Oh, dude, we need to talk about that. We need to talk about. Do you guys know Ed Pratt, the YouTuber dude? Like he does, I think he does TikToks and all that as well. Ed Pratt. He's a British kid that does crazy like traveling adventures. And I randomly stumbled upon his video where, well, I mean, not so randomly. I watched GeoWizard, which I guess is how my algorithm suggested. You know, like GeoWizard does this. He's like a straight line missions through like, you know, countries and all that. I've been watching, you know, a whole lot of that for years. And I was watching, you know, the one through England. I started watching it like during the past few weeks, and I guess that's how I got recommended Ed Pratt. The dude not only unicycled around the world, which I haven't watched that series yet. I'm gonna have to though. He unicycled around the world. Like, think about how crazy that is. But the one series I watched was him going from the source of the Thames. I didn't know you pronounced it the Thames. I thought it was pronounced the Thames, but no, the Thames, the river, right? From the source all the way to the sea without leaving the river. So at first it was just like walking the path, because obviously at first there's not even that much water. And then it was just, you know, it was just trudging through the mud and the low waters and all that. And eventually he had a kayak and just went all the way. That shit was crazy. If you like adventures sort of videos like that, amazing recommendation. Ed Pratt, Source to Sea. Yeah, that video just changed my perspective on so many things. It's like one of those videos that I'm like, holy fuck. It's like 8 episodes long. It's about 8 hours total. It's way like, it's very well worth watching. Not only just like the achievement of what he did, and like the you know the strength of the human perseverance, you know, and all that perseverance. What blew my mind was how just nice everyone was. Everyone was so welcoming of him, offered him like a roof, food. It just like, watching this gave me sort of like hope in humanity in a weird way, right? It was like, holy shit, people can be good. Which is something I forget sometimes. No, well, first of all, it's a dude. So I don't know, maybe we're talking about a different creator, but the one I'm watching is a guy. But yeah, he didn't just do New Zealand. He did like all the way around the world. Like, he literally traveled all across the world. So maybe you're talking about someone else. If that's a woman, it's someone else. I don't know who that would be. But yeah, so everyone was super friendly and all that. And also what blew my mind was he started posting on like TikToks, right? Obviously he already had a following from like his you know, like unicycle around the world and all that. But he started posting like on TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram and all that. Literally every, like, obviously there's a filter because of the editing, but he met so many people along the way that knew exactly what he was doing and were following him like day to day on like Instagram and TikTok and all that. It was crazy to see how quickly the word of his adventure just spread and everyone knew what he was about. It was mind-blowing. Like I don't know why, but it's the first time I was watching like a video and I was really, it gave me like a sense of how crazy social media can be with the spread and reach it can have. Because like usually you see those things happening with like online stuff, right? Like online content just going viral and spreading, and it's very impressive to see, but it's rare to see someone in real life. It's rare to see the effects of that in real life, like in real life situations. Just, you know, someone like paddling across a city and everyone on the banks knows who he is. And obviously, there's a filter because of one, editing. Two, these are the people like living near the river, so obviously they're probably the target audience for those kinds of content online. They probably get those things pushed to them more, or there's obviously a few biases there, but it's still like completely incredible the way you could see the spread of his like social media presence and how everyone knew exactly what he was doing. That was kind of mind-blowing, honestly. And I was sitting there and I was like, man, I should be, obviously all proportions kept, but it kind of made me want to find something to do with social media, which is something I don't ever do. I always speak about the fact that I'm not like kind of playing the social media game because it's a lot of energy that I'm not willing to spend. This made me kind of want to do it. I was like, oh man, this kind of makes me, this makes me want to try and do something with it. Oh yeah, I mentioned GeoWizard Tigzar before I talked about Ed. That's how I found Ed, right? Because I was watching the GeoWizards videos for years. No, not IRL, but like, do something with social media about, sort of try to find a way to turn little small moments of my stream into, something digestible for shorts and all that in a way that I can work on it myself, like editing wise and all that. It made me interested in, that type of content for some reason. It made me interested in the short format, which is not something I'm typically interested in, but sometimes you just get the itch to try something, and I don't know. Yeah, I mean the algorithm, obviously, if you get people like going on adventures in nature, you're gonna get more content like that, right? And there's not that many people who are doing crazy things like this, so it's like, it's like if you were watching the Outdoor Boys, you get a lot of like survival stuff, Well, I mean, all of them, I guess, Rasta, right? Once you make them for one short format, you can just upload them to all of those platforms, right? I would have to look into it, but it's piqued my interest in the shorter formats. And I think a part of it was, it always seemed to me, like my perception always was like, oh, it's just like basically for Zoomers, right? Which is not necessarily my target audience. But when I was watching him in real life, meeting people that were older than me, that were like, oh, I saw you on TikTok, it blew my mind. I was like, holy shit, this shit is so spread now at this point that everyone's, exposed to it. I had a wrong perception about short form social media. And obviously, it's a percentage thing, right? There's obviously more Zoomers than anything else, but it is still reaching a lot of older, different folks. And I think that was my eye-opening thing. I never realized how much spread it had. Yeah, that's the thing, Captain Lags. That completely flew under the radar for me. I never realized how actually widespread it was. And that was an eye-opener for me. seeing him in real life, and that's a big factor. In real life, you know, it's not just like chronically online people. It's just people in real life, outside, you know, normal people of all ages. And that like kind of opened my eyes. I was like, holy shit, this is way more like, you know, widespread than I ever imagined. And yeah, that was just a blind spot that I had, which makes sense, right? It's exactly like it's a smartphone thing. Everyone has a phone. I never realized. I completely, you know, ignored that because of my own biases. So yeah, it just made me want to experiment. We'll see. I'm not sure I'll get there, but it's on my mind. So what's up, Evasion? What's up, Paige? Fermented Loaf. How are you guys doing today? All right, you know what? We can keep talking about all that, but I do want to go sit on a main menu. I do want some music in my ears. So let's take it easy, but I'm gonna switch to the gaming thing. Plus, I'm pretty sure the main menu music in this one is pretty damn amazing. So. Okay, hopefully this is gonna work. There we go. Oh, controller. Yep. Thank you, game. I do have my controller. We're gonna have to adjust the volume, but... I'm immediately, you know, this immediately gives me Nier vibes. Sort of like imaginary language, piano, simple piano melody, you know. Do you know any French? A little bit. What's up, Pikura? How are you doing today? Man, what a song. Beautiful. Okay, we need to adjust the volume. I think it's a little loud. I'm gonna look at all the options later, but for now, the volume's a... Should we go with something like that, maybe? Or is that quiet? I don't know. What's up, Redacted? How are you doing today? It feels quiet, but seems a bit low, yeah. I mean, we'll have to see in-game, but just, yeah. This is sort of lingering around the yellow line, and my voice is lingering around the red line, so I think that's probably good. Yeah, maybe we'll have to, I don't know, maybe I'll have to do like Elden Ring, have like 2 different settings and lower for the during the intros, but we'll see. For now, this will do, I think. Hello? My mouse wouldn't work. There was an interview with the composer, sent this song to the director, thinking it was not very good. The director was like, what the hell? It's the best song I've ever heard. That's funny. We could open the stream tomorrow with the Gamescom live act. No, I don't want to watch anything that's related to the game. Even if it's just like a music thing. You know. We do have a scalpel overlay for this one. Yep. I don't know exactly how it's going to be filled, but that's the rough sort of layout I have right now. Those are the things I want to touch on. We'll see how it works. I don't have any precise plan. We'll have to, you know, I'll have to improvise as I'm doing it. But Hubs, thank you for the tier 1 40 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the resub. It's September, by the way. Yeah, I just realized that. We're currently during September. Great opportunity to get, you know, subs at a discounted rate or upgrade your sub at a discounted rate. And if you do it for the next 3 months, maybe we'll have a chance at getting to the you know, the next level of Plus program. Who knows? We're not quite there yet, but it can go pretty fast. Is Frenchness a state of mind? I'm not sure. I'm not French. No. I speak French, but I'm not French. Yeah, I don't speak Swiss German. If you upgrade to tier 2, you can post in a new Clair Obscur spoiler chat. That's true. Oh. Well, there you go, Sim. Jesus. Tier 3, 6 months in advance. That is extremely generous. Simtoric, I appreciate that more than I can say. Thank you so much. 31 months. And the upgrade. Damn. And Hubs, 40 months. Incredible. That's a lot of months. 40 months. Jesus, that's 3.5 years almost. So Hubs, Simtoric, both of you, you will be remembered. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Are you required to learn French and German in Swiss schools, or is that not a thing? Yeah, you do. You do. You start learning German pretty young, but I just, you know, I never practiced it after I went out of school, even though I was teaching basic German to kids in school. But that doesn't help you really express yourself in German. Just very basic stuff, right? How much overlap is there between French-speaking Swiss culture and French culture? A little bit. I mean, the media is a big thing, right? Like, we get a lot of the French media in the French part of Switzerland, so obviously that plays a big part. But Yeah, I don't know. Like even here's the thing though. Like even inside of the French part of Switzerland, the culture can be vastly different between two cities, for instance. Like if you go to Geneva, it's a completely different vibe than the city closest to me. So, like Geneva feels very French for most Swiss people, right? If you go to Geneva, you're like, oh wow, this feels very French. Yeah, exactly, Tixar. But that's the point. I don't think there's like one singular French culture. But yeah, this music really, I'm getting a really strong Nier vibe with the vocals. It's funny, like the Nier, you know, soundtrack. Like one of the main aspects of it was, it's like an imaginary language, right? That sounds somewhat like French, somewhat like Latin sometimes. It really kind of feels like the same approach was you know, was happening here. Archeesy, thank you for tier 1, 20 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The font they used for the title there, like the you know, the 33, reminds me of like an old like Hollywood style poster. I don't know. Sort of yeah, I don't know exactly how to describe it. Art Deco, maybe a little bit, yeah. I'm not an expert on that kind of stuff, so. Gold letters, very 50s Hollywood, yeah. What's the meaning of the title? It's an expedition. There's probably been 32 of them before. I don't know. I'm sure we'll learn about that. Clair Obscur is an artistic thing, yeah. It's like in art, you know, the Clair Obscur stuff would be like the contrast between the light and the dark. I'm not an expert on like the visual arts, so take my word with a grain of salt there, but it's more of a visual art thing than anything else. Which, as far as it goes, when where the game's concerned, from what I've heard, the Clair Obscur stuff is like the franchise, and then they plan on doing like several, you know. I'm sure it's gonna end up being like a transmedia thing, right? Like, it's maybe gonna be more than just games. Like the Clair Obscur is the whole sort of like franchise thing, and then Expedition 33 is this video game in particular. But vocals in video game music are becoming more and more popular. Yeah, I don't know. I think the instrumental stuff makes sense, right, for video games, because it's a visual media, much like movies and all that, so it makes sense to have instrumentals. You don't want to cover the characters speaking or stuff like that, right? But yeah, I mean, again, like, to me, one of the best examples of vocals in game music was always Nier was always like some, you know, one of the most groundbreaking ones for me. And I think a big part of why it was so interesting was the fact that it didn't really use lyrics. But yeah, in the case of Nier, I mean, it had a whole, like, there's a whole storyline meaning behind it. It's the idea of, like, almost like a lost language. You can hear, like, a language that's maybe canonically the language of this world, which, you know, is a mix of all kinds of different languages that have been lost over time. I always thought was very interesting. But yeah, that's a, you know, that's a very specific thing, I guess. But yeah, most games don't use lyrics, vocals, that's true. Or at least, you know, not... Vocals, yes, but not like actual lyrics. I think that's a big difference. Choirs, you'll hear plenty, right? But... yeah, I'm thinking back to, what was it like? Think about like Final Fantasy X, like the opening of Final Fantasy X. The first time you hear that metal music with actual like vocals, how weird it was. Considering like the series, you know, history of having more like instrumental, cozy soundtracks. Persona uses lyrics a lot too. I still need to play Persona 5. But the problem with those games is that it's such a huge time investment. I don't know when I would, you know. And I'm not even talking about like playing it on stream. That's another step that I'm probably never taking. But like just playing Persona 5 for myself, like it's such a long game. But yeah, interesting title screen. Little red petals and white petals on, you know, separate sides of the thing. I'm sure that will mean something. I'm sure there's a meaning. Contrast between light and dark areas to guide the eye of the viewer, yeah. Anonymous, thank you for $133. Message says, welcome back. Well, thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate it. That's a very large donation. Thank you so very much. Whoever you are, Anonymous, you are appreciated. I feel like thematically the message should have been in French, but you know. Yeah, it took me a second. For a second, I was like, wait, why 133? That's such a specific number. I'm not a very smart man. Funny enough, if it had been like $33, I would have instantly got it. Which is like, The brain is so weird. If it had been like $33, instantly I would have gotten it. But the 100 in front like kind of threw me off, I guess. What's up, Matchless? How are you doing? Yeah, Stoner, that's... Yeah, I mean... It works for a game like Cyberpunk, because like you know... You can take like real bands and then sort of put them in the game with like a fake virtual band on top of it, right? Like the whole Samurai... What was it again? Like the Samurai was the band, and... What was the band again that kind of made the samurai music? I know it's a band that I know, but it Refused. Yeah, thank you. It's been a while. So yeah, you can like sort of convert them into like in-universe bands, and if they're a small band that no one knows, right, you can just put them straight up in there with their name, right? And then it's interesting promotion for them too. So obviously you don't want to put like a too big of a name in there, because it kind of breaks the immersion, right? But if it's like a small band nobody knows, that works. What's up, Anubis? Lizzie Weezy? Wait, was Lizzie Weezy supposed to be someone we know? Wasn't she Grimes? Really? Interesting. I don't know if I knew that. Maybe we talked about it when I was playing the game, but it's been a while. I don't remember. What's up, Credo? What's up, Monivida? Oh, I saw something about Alan Wake. I didn't see what the message was, but I saw Alan Wake being mentioned, so maybe it was something that I didn't know. I haven't played Alan Wake yet. I plan on playing that at some point on stream, so maybe that's why it was deleted. What's up, Enon? The Elden Ring adventures are currently on a break. Yeah, we'll see exactly how it goes, but I wanted to do something a little different for a while. We'll go back to Elden Ring in time for sure. I need to know more about. I want to go through the rest of Elden Ring. But yo, Zulu, what's up? Missed the 36th one, so here you go. Oh, I'm sorry about that. 7 Zulu Hotel, thank you for the 3+ years of support. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. 7 Zulu Hotel, you will be remembered. Yeah, it's definitely a more, you know, a little bit more of a chill main menu. Although it is not like the super vibey main menus that I usually stay on for like hours, right? This one is kind of forward. Even though the music is much more quiet than something like Elden Ring, it's still very forward, I would say, right? As opposed to something like Red Dead Redemption 2 or, you know, yeah. But it is beautiful, that's for sure. No, the Disco main menu, yeah, perfect example. Disco Elysium's main menu, you can stay on for hours. I just noticed the little cursors animated. Quite nice. Alright, let's look at the options. Text language, English, English. Yes, subtitles enabled. Sure, size medium. I mean, yeah, I guess. Hard to say without seeing in the game. Display, sure. Display color, no. I'm hoping the display speaker name doesn't tell you the names of characters you don't know the names of. I guess we'll put the game to the test there. Don't spoil it for me. I want to find out. That's one pet peeve of mine, is when the subtitles tell you the name of a character you don't know yet. Tutorials, sure. Character customization in cutscene. Allow the customization of a character to appear during in-game cinematics. Some cinematic shot may not look as intended, but it's fun. Sure. Knowing myself, I'm gonna be pretty, I'm not gonna go crazy customization with my characters. Autoplay dialogue. Dialogue advances automatically after a character finishes speaking. Well, in proper old school sort of JRPG style, I'll leave that on disable. I want to press my buttons. I think that's a good thing, especially for me. Controls menu spoil things that you don't know yet. Hollow Knight. How have you guys been enjoying? I can't believe we haven't talked about that. How have you guys been enjoying? Without spoilers, of course. How have you guys been enjoying Silksong? Those of you who've started playing it. I'm looking forward to playing it one day on stream next year, probably. I'm terrible at it, but I'm loving it. Okay, cool. Subtitle goes Gronk, your lost brother you're looking for says. Yeah. Forgot how salty Hollow Knight made me sometimes. Skill issue? Oh, alright. Yeah, Silksong is out. What a different world I'm coming back into, right? Last time I streamed, Silksong wasn't a thing yet. Feels like Hollow Knight? Well, that's great. Vibrations, sure. Sprint input, hold, or toggle. Hold's fine. Aim input, hold, sure. Most of those things I'm not gonna touch until I see how it plays in the game, but... cameras, sure. Leave it at that. Actually, typically I like lowering the sensitivity of the camera. I don't know, I always find it too fast, but we'll see how it feels in the game. DLSS, DLLA, sure. Frame generation off, perfect. VSync, yes. All the post-processing, everything to the max. That's fine with me. Yeah, those things we'll have to adjust while in the game. Accessibility. Automatic QT. Nope. That's fine. Controls. We'll figure that out during the game. Keybinds, whatever. Okay, nothing much in terms of settings there. We'll just go with that. It's a mega. No, we haven't completed Elden Ring. We're taking a break from it for a while. We'll get back to it at some point. What's up, Philanor? Good to see you. Deliver Us the Moon. That's the one, like the sort of exploration one. That there's another one with Mars, right? I've heard about those games. They look interesting, but I never really, I never really looked into playing them, but I think they're on like Game Pass or something, or PlayStation Plus. I never played Hollow Knight, even though I like Metroidvanias. Yeah, probably the best example of Metroidvania of all time. Hollow Knight is incredible, for sure. Definitely a top 10 game of all time for me. It's a good time to play it. The sequel just came out, so you know, if you really enjoy it, you can go straight into it. You won't have to wait 10 years like some of those nerds out there. I already feel very lucky that I only played Hollow Knight in like 2022. You know, I didn't have to wait so many years for the sequel. Even though I'm not gonna play Silksong for like a year, but we'll see. But yeah, I saw that it crashed Steam, which I think is kind of amazing. Turns out maybe early access and pre-orders and preloadings, you know, are not such a bad thing after all. It allows you sort of, you know, because I mean, it's one of those things where I think a big part of why it happened that way was because of the lack of pre-orders and, you know, everyone trying to download at the same time. I'm sure Call of Duty release would do the same thing, right? If they didn't have like the preloading and all that. But it's interesting that it ended up being a tiny little, well, tiny, not so tiny, but it ended up being a small indie game that does it, right? Yo, Musty Mirage, thank you for the tier 3, 8 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the huge sub. Musty Mirage, you will be remembered. I wonder if it's the biggest small indie game of all time. It probably is, right? I mean, it's such a weird thing because how do you define an indie game, right? Is Silksong even still an indie game when it has like Microsoft invested in it and all that? You know, it depends how you define it. Is it a, you know, is it just a matter of who's publishing it and who's behind it? Technically, Team Cherry is an indie developer and publisher, but you know, Microsoft still invested in it. So, I don't know. It's hard to really, you know, define those things. I think sort of Hollow Knight is probably in a bit of a gray area, right? Yeah, I would say Minecraft was, at least at the time, an indie game. Obviously, it was just a single guy just self-publishing it on the internet, right? So I think Minecraft forever holds the title of biggest indie game of all time, but it's not an indie game anymore, right? It's a Microsoft product, so I don't know at what point, you know, how do you define the line? Sometimes it's a little blurry. I think Silksong is in one of those blurry areas. What's up, Goose? Yeah, thank you, Musty. I'm excited too. What's up, Christo? Yeah, for sure, Philanor. I think it's hard at this point to really define what's indie. I mean, there are some games that are clearly indie, right? Like, you know, and it's very clear. Small publishers not associated with the bigger ones, but yeah, the lines get a bit blurry. There's also like technically indie publishers that have become so big that it's, you know, like where's the line? At which point do you consider them? It's way different. You know, it's a term. I think it's a term that was kind of borrowed from music, and in music it's a lot easier because there's like the fucking huge, you know, record labels. There's like 5 or 6 like really big ones that are spreading like tentacularly across the entire industry. Anything that's outside of that is indie, right? It's very easy to define. I feel like in gaming, it's sort of a little bit more complicated because, yeah. I don't know, Christo. To me, that doesn't mean much. It's not something I concern myself with. To me, it's just a AAA game. If you want to define it as a AAA game, it's a AAA game, whatever, right? Like to me, they're all the same. I think adding A's means nothing, right? GTA 6 is the equivalent of what Witcher 3 was 10 years ago in terms of like the scope of the release, right? It's just that the industry is getting bigger. But yeah, the rest is marketing. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it's just buzzwords to try to make the game seem more than just another shitty Rockstar game. You can add however many A's you want, your game is still a D-, you know, terrible mission design, garbage video game. Nothing's gonna change that. What's up, Electra? What's up, Person? What's up, Kaiser? Your ex works at Rockstar Games? Well, that was your red flag right there that you ignored. No, I'm just joking. It's fine. People gotta work, right? If Rockstar was gonna hire me to write for them, I totally would do it. I too would like to have a lot of money. You know, I just don't think Rockstar makes very good games. That's it. Or rather, I should say, they're not making games for me. That's for sure. Yeah, Captain Dax. Yeah, I can imagine. I almost applied at Riot the other day, and then the day that I was like, okay, you know what? Let me look at that post again, that job posting again. It was gone. So I was like, oh well, okay. It's fine. More opportunities down the line, I'm sure. Bullet dodged? Yeah, who would want a stable job when you can play video games on the internet for almost no money at all? Highest difficulty? Probably, yeah. We'll see when we get in there. Well, sure, Zia, but, you know. It's an interesting job and you're still making more money than I am. And there's scaling, you know, you never know where that can take you when you start working in an industry like that, right? Especially like artistic positions. That's the thing, I think, you know. Artistic positions in any industry is, you never know how far it can take you, right? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it not only is it subjective, it's also like a pointless conversation, I think. You know, it's a big video game. We don't need to have a number of A's attached to it. GTA 6 will be the most expensive game ever made. That's it. And none of that money will make it a better game. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, Tixar, is that the definition of indie is kind of changed over time, right? But alright, settings are done. I think we're ready to go. Oh god. Options. That is a scary sight. Trim, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very generous. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 25 total. Stream dynamic, you will. Well, no, that's not the way I do it. Jesus. You don't stream in a few weeks and then you forget everything. Trim, thank you so much. And Stars, Koilu, Wizard, Redacted, Anubis, you will all be remembered. Thanks. Difficulty, story, expeditioner, expert. Expeditioner, intended difficulty with challenging combat. Enemies deal normal damage, mastery, dodge, parries encouraged but not mandatory. Expert, hard difficulty with highly demanding combat. Enemies deal greater damage and mastering. Dodges and parries is required. Recommended for players who enjoy difficult games with real-time mechanics. Let's go expert. I can take it. Tutorials, sure. Character, yeah, we've been over this. Yep, works for me. Start game. Oh boy. The Brainy. What's up, Naz? It's been a good chat. I will go dodge spoilers. I'm sorry to hear that, Zia, but it makes sense. Thank you. Unusual that a game gives you the volume slider when you started. Just thought about seeing. Yeah, that's a bit that's interesting. I think it's pretty good. I like the fact that they do that. I'm not sure, you know, what the... I'm not sure what the appropriate volume would be. This feels good for the menu, but we'll see once we're in game. I don't think I've done anything that touched the DLC yet, Zulu, no. What's up, Necro? How are you doing today? Necro! I started playing League again. Can you believe that? Yes, I did. Necro right here was one of my viewers back when I was playing League on a different platform altogether. That's some long-time viewership right there. Following since the 15th of June 2012. That's crazy. Over 13 years. Why? I just wanted to play League again, I don't know. It's been alright, actually. We were still wee babies. I mean, I was already old, but yeah, I was already like 30 years old. You were a kid. Alright, start a game. Here we go. Right at the end of the music. Perfect. And change the difficulty at any time. Nope. Will not.
S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave, Dom Guardiam, dilim, dilim, lute sera dorilom, seram, dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam, dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam. Ton âme sera ravie, les toits à ce renoir
someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow. And soon, I'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
You still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamage?
You're asking me? I don't know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Okay. It's a lot of stuff already. Mustache review. It's alright. I mean, it's a little beardy, right? Like there's almost a bit of a beard with it, so I think that disqualifies the stash in my book. Harsh but fair. Okay, how do we feel about the camera? A little stuttery, but that could be just because it's still loading. Faders. Oh, jeez. Okay, that was... Oh my god. Movement's very fast. How do I... Okay, that's weird. I do want a lower camera movement. Is that too low now? I'm on PC. Yeah, it's a little stuttery. That's kind of unfortunate. I wonder what causes that. What's up, Trim? How are you doing today? It's not a stash if there's also a beard. Yeah, I mean, a stash is a stash, right? A beard's a beard. A beard includes a stash. Most of the time. But a full beard includes a stash. Yeah, that safety rail is not gonna, you know, protect you very much. That is true. Yeah, I mean, the stuttering's a little annoying when I'm rotating the camera. I'm not sure if it's, there's something I can do here. I think it'll be fine. Maybe quality instead of DLLA. Maybe? Freaking hate DLSS though. But Yeah, that definitely fixed it. But now I have to deal with the freaking, you know, the disgusting stuff on the hair. I have to deal with the smudge, you know, DLSS artifacting on the hair. I hate that shit. That's the deal, unfortunately. Yeah. It's interesting because it only stutters on this side, right? It doesn't stutter here. It only stutters when I get there. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just a local thing. I'll you know, we'll see if I need to. I'm gonna play with the maxed out settings, and we'll see if it causes issues later. Maybe it's just a, you know, maybe the flowers are a little too intense here or something. Yeah, I mean, it does stutter quite a bit. What's up, Mikarin? How are you doing today? QE5 skill issues. Does look pretty good though. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go with quality and it'll work. I'm sure I'll get used to the, you know, the smudgy hair. It's not too bad. Not too bad. I just have a personal gripe with, you know, the DLSS artifacts. But yeah, I mean, I'm already, there's already a lot of stuff that you know, obviously very, you know, very Paris inspired, or maybe even just like straight up Paris, you know, sort of alternative version of Paris. Obviously, I don't think there's a lighthouse in Paris, not at least not right next to the Arc de Triomphe, but this obviously looks like a broken Arc de Triomphe, and then you have the Eiffel Tower here, all bent, out of shape, and broken. Very cool. Super interesting, like, visual inspiration. Sort of eclipse looking thing over there. A nice little 34. Flaccid Eiffel Tower. Yeah, that's one way to put it. It's so strange we're running games at 720p nowadays with improved upscaling. Yeah, it's really interesting. The impact of, you know, AI on game optimization. Music is great. How's the volume, by the way? I feel like the volume's fine for me, but we'll have to see in combat. I'm sure it's gonna be louder. Sounds good? Wonderful. But yeah, I already have a few thoughts about, you know, the first conversation of the game, right? Which I think the biggest, the most striking line of this little introduction dialogue is if you're gonna give a flower to someone, you should do it before they wither and die. And our character replies, the flower or the person, right? Which I think there's a lot to dig in there. Which I think it's something I will want to get into soon. But I think there's something about let me think. You know, I'll just put a pin in that for myself, and we'll get to it later. I have thoughts already. This little ledge is great, by the way. Like, in terms of like my favorite ledges in video games, this one's already ranking pretty high. I love a good ledge. Music is great. You can hear the sounds of the ocean. Wonderful. Beds of flowers. People just chilling. Very cool. Will this playthrough have notes? Yes. I do have... Oh, Jesus. That's going to be a problem. Every time I'm going to try to access my notes, it's going to move everything. Can I disable that? Can I disable the mouse at all? I don't think I will be able to. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ha! Okay, it still moves it a little bit, but much less. So that's going to be much more practical. But yes, I do have notes. Those are sort of what I prepared when I'm trying to do like a story analysis. That's kind of the kind of stuff I'm thinking about. You know, we'll see how it pans out when it comes to like taking notes and everything, but that's sort of the idea. So we'll see. How does zero sensitivity still move the camera? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think I understand, you know, it's just the lowest possible sensitivity. I wish games allowed you to completely, you know, disable the mouse if you don't want it, but I get it. I understand. Rounding error, yeah. So also going back to their conversation, obviously there was the mention of, you know, what do you say to her on the day of her gommage, which is a very interesting word, because gommage in French means erasure, right? Like, especially like with if you talk about like drawing or art, like gommer something means erasing it with like a rubber, you know, what do you call that? What's the word I'm looking for? A rubber erasure, like an eraser, right? Of course, but like what's the? It's like one of those little rubber erasers, similar to fromage. Well, yes, but also not very, you know, little different. A rubber or a razor, yeah. Is that a UK versus US thing, maybe? Oh, jeez! I accidentally jumped. Can I The game's not gonna let me change my controls, right? Because I would like jump to be on triangle, but I know I'm a terrible person. But I typically have jumping on triangle. You're a monster, I know. Can I jump? Okay, hold on. No, there's an invisible wall. I had to try. Who jumps with triangle? People who played Shadow of the Colossus back in the day. And Eco. Right, Quasi, yeah. Most people get over themselves and swapped to X and A by now? Oh yeah, because personal preferences is getting over yourself. I don't know, I always like triangle. It makes sense, it's on the top of the controller. You press the button on top, you jump. Like, when you play a game with the D-pad, you press down to jump? No, you press up, right? If you were to jump with the D-pad, you would press up. Well, if you look at it, you know, in the cross that is your face buttons, triangle is on top. Nibiru, thank you for the tier 1, 19 months. Appreciate that. Nibiru, you will be remembered. Thank you. Pressing down because you use your feet. Mm-hmm. What's up, goal? Press down to go up, simple physics. And I can understand it. It just always made sense to me to have jump on triangle. But it's okay. I'll get used to X. So many games do it without giving you an opportunity to change, so I'm also used to it. Just if I can change it, my personal preference is on triangle. I'm pressing all the other... Oh, wait! Oh. I'm pretty sure I said in the options that I wanted it to be a hold. But apparently it's a toggle. Or maybe that's not sprinting. How do you sprint? Hold on. Sprint. It doesn't say. Toggle walk. Okay. Run. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Man's zooming. All right. That's like some proper sprinting, you know, like putting your weight into it, you know. A feature that will never be used on this stream. Yep. Not very often, at least. I don't think. Oh, we have a Steak of America here. Tell me this doesn't look like a Steak of America. Ah, shit. Camera angles. Man stops with zero inertia. Yeah, I think that's something immediately that I find. The movement is a little floaty and janky. I think. It's not a big deal, right? Like it's pretty much in line with what you would expect from like an old school like JRPG, for instance. But it feels very much like, you know, there's not a lot of weight in the movement, which I typically like slower, like more weighty movement, but that's just me, right? Personal preference. It's very responsive though, I'll give it that. But it feels better when you actually walk. It feels a little more my speed, I guess. There's a floating house up here. Fragment of a house. Yeah, this sort of like broken world is kind of... I really like the aesthetic of it. It's so strange, like that the tower's also like bent in a single direction, just like the Eiffel Tower looking thing. What a curious visuals. Do the clouds move? I don't think they do. No, they're not. From one broken world game to another. That's true. Wait, did the sun just... Huh. Hold on. Okay, now the sun's shining on my character. And now by me moving the camera, I can stop the sun from shining on him. Hold on. Oh, it's not working this time. I feel like I was... Oh, there, maybe? I feel like I managed to get the world to feel... Yeah, look, it's darker now suddenly. Interesting. Zero out of 10. It's fine. Okay, now I'm... Okay. If you toggle walk and you press just very lightly on your stick, you look like an old man walking. Hold on. If you press really gently. Look, I look like an old man walking. Literally me after getting out of bed, yeah. Oh man. A flower for Sophie. Take it. Sure. A flower for Sophie. What's up, Sorrel? How are you doing today? I'm imagining a world where Daniel's a game tester. I don't think I would be a very good game tester, but I don't know. I'm way too slow. I'm assuming game testers have to be pretty fast, you know, to be effective. You have to be thorough, but you have to be fast. Right? Okay, that flower movement is really funny. Because I feel like that's a 2D like texture that's sort of like animated to undulate. And you can tell that the shape's like sort of morphing. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I like taking my time, you know. Which I don't think would make me a very good game tester. I really like taking my time. Because here's the thing. I think there's a lot of beauty in video games. I think there's a lot of beauty in video games, and there's a lot of people that are spending a lot of time, you know, making, you know, the smallest of details in these games and working on the art. And I think a lot of those things sometimes are a bit not appreciated enough. Like a lot of people will look at this and be like, oh yeah, this looks beautiful, but nobody really stops and smell the roses, if they, you know, figuratively speaking, but also in this case, there's actual flowers. And I like to be that guy. I like to be the guy that just really takes his time and just appreciate all the beauty and the little details, you know? It's not, you know, it's not out of principle, it's just because that's how I like to enjoy my medias, right? I like looking at the details, I like taking my time with it. I like noticing the small little things that most people will miss. I like to, yeah, I like to find the beauty in those little details everywhere. Has anyone ever smelled a rose in a video game? I mean, there was this scratching, smelling thing in Leisure Suit Larry 7. I don't think a rose was part of it, though. It was mostly disgusting smells, from what I can remember. Every single rose I smelled in my life didn't have any smell. Maybe I'm weird? Interesting. I mean, no, you know, I feel like roses do have a very specific smell. It's not very, like, it's not a super strong smell, but it's definitely a smell. What's up, Infamous? What's up, Sleepy Yora? Sleep Yora or Sleepy Aura? I'm not sure. Video games are impressive because of so many different artistic disciplines all coming together perfectly. Well, you know, hopefully perfectly. In many cases, very imperfectly, but we also enjoy them for that sometimes, right? But yeah, you're right. It's a mix of a lot of different disciplines, even more so than movies, or, you know, because there's all the gameplay element and the game design element. It's one of the most complete forms of entertainment. I would agree with that. It really involves, well, I mean, you know, a lot of different games out there, right? Some games don't really need a story. Some games have very simple visuals or graphics, but there's also a lot of games, especially like the more high-profile, you know, big production games that involve a lot of, yeah, a lot of interdisciplinary stuff, and it all like bleeds into one another, right? Like how the gameplay affects the storytelling, and how, you know, you have to take into account those things. Like, I think as a writer, that's what I'm looking at when I'm thinking about video game writing, is how do you, you know, how do you take into account the gameplay, the pacing of the game, the sort of structure of the game, and tell the story you want to tell with those limitations? Which I think in this case, the limitations are what makes it interesting, because it pushes you to maybe experiment and try different things as opposed to just writing a novel, right? But it can also be a very challenging thing, of course. Okay, some shears, a book. Do you call those shears? I think that's the word, right? Big ass scissors like that, shears. Yeah. I wish there was a zoom button, like you know, like a sort of first-person view. I like when games, third-person games, have first-person view, just for zooming on things. Is there a photo mode? I don't think there is. Expedition Basics. Oh, geez. It's a lot of information. I'll read that later. Shears, yeah. Big ass scissors, yeah. That's a brand. Yeah, you just need to put a little bit of time every day, and you'll probably stay ahead of me for sure. I mean, I've been in game for like almost an hour at this point, and we haven't moved, so Just a very comfy vibe, that little ledge right there. And poor girl has been waiting for me all this time. I just noticed her. I've been waiting for me all this time. She's not even pulling on her suspenders while waiting. She clearly hasn't reached the point of impatience yet. We're good. If she was really impatient, she would be pulling on her suspenders, you know. What's up, Tioma? How are you doing today? And Ren, hope you've been well. Get used to it, girl, yeah. The music is so good, though. Ah. The beautiful little arpeggio. Is that a Buddha? Wait, hold on. It is. That's kind of weird. With like the you know, the flames motif behind it and all that. Feels very out of place in the otherwise very French visual. What was this one? Yeah, this one's just like it's an Italian Venice or something, right? Sort of Italian style statue. But then a random Buddha in the middle of it. Strange.
All right, let's go. I'll accompany you there. Are you ready to see her again?
Yeah. Been ready.
She's been waiting for so long. The moment I approached her, she just zoomed away so fast. It literally looked like a glitch. It legitimately looked like a glitch. She zoomed. Dude, where is she? She zoomed so fast. Holy fuck. I almost heard the sound. You know, like the... Sonic is tired of waiting for you. Well, hey, she can, you know, she can run all she wants. I'm gonna be walking. I'm walking here. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, man. I love that I can't even see her anymore. That's how fast she was out of here. Makes me question why she was waiting in the first place. What's up, Wingardium Dragonosa? How are you doing today? This game looks beautiful. It does, yeah. Nibiru, thank you for gifting a sub to Electra. 37 total. Appreciate it. And Onyx Electra, you will be remembered. This is really weird, like the sort of crystal formations that's sort of corrupting the buildings and all that. It almost reminds me of something that would be out of like Devil May Cry or something, if you know what I mean. I wonder what that's about. But yeah, like the windmills aesthetic and all that. It's really kind of cool. That part kind of reminds me of another French game from way back when, like in the 90s, called Dark Earth, which probably most of you have never heard of, or barely remember if you do. But Dark Earth was like a post-apocalyptic French game from like the 90s. It was one of the very early like 3D adventure games. Had like tank controls and all that, fixed camera angles, you know, that kind of stuff. It was really cool. was a surprisingly interesting world, and the gameplay wasn't that great, but the whole world and narrative was pretty interesting. They made like a pen and paper RPG out of it much later that I really enjoyed. But yeah, it was supposed to be like a big franchise and never really got anywhere, unfortunately. But I thought the world was amazing. Kind of wish they would bring it back somehow. What is that? Les 56e? On a besoin de vous. We need you for the 56th, apparently. So like promoting... They're promoting other expeditions. You know, saying that they need them. Like people need to like register for them. That's interesting. It's a big C. What was the name? Dark Earth. If you were talking about the game that I was just talking about. Yeah, Dark Earth. Le canard éclairé. Oh, that's a funny name. The enlightened duck. That means, which is a kind of a like a wordplay, because there's a French paper called Le Canard Enchaîné, which is like sort of a politically charged, sort of like, you know, rebellious newspaper, and also a canard is a. It's the word for duck in French, right? But it also is a slang word for a newspaper, a canard, right? So in this case, it's the enlightened duck, right? But it also means like enlightened newspaper, I guess. If you take the slang word. Quid du doublage français? What about that's a funny line. The title says, what about the French dub? Which I think has to be like a little, you know, sort of Easter egg for players, in the sense like, hey, what about the, you know, the French dub of the game or something? That's kind of what it feels like. I'm not French, I'm Swiss, but French is my native language. Yeah, I wonder how the French dub for this game is, because clearly and that's something I find interesting, is that it's a French game, but I'm pretty sure the English version is the actual, like, considered the you know, the main one, right? With the voice actors and all that. So that's kind of an interesting sort of little situation. French dub's actually very good from what I've heard. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm trying to see what it's... Réservez vos places. You know, reserve your tickets or your, yeah, your seats. I'm assuming most of these are just like, you know, placeholder texts and all that. I don't expect to find a lot of lore there, but we'll see. We'll see. What is this one? Le Lumérien, which would be the Lumérian, which Lumière I think is the name of the town. So the Lumérien would be like the, you know, like it's like if you said the New Yorker as the name of the newspaper, right? Le Grand Café de Lumière ouvre ses portes. Like a cafe, right? Like the Café of Lumière opens its doors, like a restaurant or something. Yeah, opening its doors. Something about inauguration. Yeah. It's hard. Obviously, I would like to be able to see those texts a little closer, but trying to catch what I can with the camera is allowing me. Oh, hold on. Soirée d'inauguration. Okay, inauguration night. And the text is actually Lorem Ipsum, so nothing to see here. Gazette de Lumière, okay. What would be the English word for a gazette? Oh, actually. I'm actually not sure. No. Tabloid? Maybe? Yeah. We use gazette in English as well? Okay. What's up, Lynn? How are you doing today? The Gazette de Lumière. There's a whole lot of newspapers in this town, apparently. Exposition. Oh man, I wish the texture was a little clearer. Venez découvrir les œuvres, come to, you know, like... discover the paintings and all that. Man, it's... I can make out a few words, but it's not enough to like really make sense of the whole sentence. Interestingly, the text down there is not lorem ipsum this time. It's actual text. I can recognize a few words, but again, not enough to actually like... I really wish the textures were clearer. They probably aren't because it's probably not text that actually makes sense in the game world. It could be just random text, right, as a placeholder, but who knows, maybe not. But yeah, that's the... I'm pretty sure I'm using the highest textures, so it's not gonna get any clearer than this. Actually, maybe not, because I'm seeing like the word lumière here, capitalized. Huh. La vie et l'héritage, the life and heritage of the concerned individual, of like the implicated individuals or something. Yeah, I don't know. They're actually, it seems, yeah, the inhabitants of Lumière here, I can actually see like proper words. So this seems to be like a story. That's interesting. But it's, yeah, it's way too blurry to actually read all of it, unfortunately. Oh, wait, what if I don't think that's gonna change anything, but... Nope. That did not change anything. Fair enough. Oh, wait, what if I change... I'm assuming this is going to be even worse, right? It's just... I'm experimenting. Nah, that doesn't change anything. That's just like how the texture is. Hey, it was worth a try, I think. It was worth a try. Elle vous regarde, la paintress. Which is interesting, because paintress obviously an English word. But... yeah. I'm assuming paintress is the feminine version of a painter. But... It's not a word I've heard before, I don't think. Outside of, you know, it feels like... I don't know. So the poster says she's looking at you, by the way. Just, you know, that's pretty obvious, I think. Even if you don't speak French very much, but... Elle vous regarde. She's looking at you. She's watching you more that meaning, I guess. There's an accordion on the... I haven't noticed it. Oh man, I wish I could play the accordion. I love the accordion. Probably because all the famous painters are male. Maybe so, yeah. There was a big debate in the French publishing industry a while ago. I'm sure it's still something people talk about, but I don't really keep up with the French publishing industry, but with the feminine version of the word author, right? Auteur in French. And a lot of you know, the old school way is everyone's an auteur. Use the masculine version of the word, even for women. But obviously, you know, as more and more women get recognition in the field, and they were like, hey, maybe, you know, maybe we should have a feminine word for it. And there was a big debate because it was either auteur with an E at the end, which sounds the same, so for many that was a problem, or autrice, which is apparently like the more accurate, like old school version of the word, which is another way, like the feminine, you know, feminine words, adding an E at the end or adding trice is like a very typical French way of feminizing words, which would be like the same for like painter, paintress, you know, auteur, autrice. I think that's kind of the same idea. And like I always thought autrice was a beautiful word. So that's my preferred version of it. There was a big debate at some point. Because a lot of people were like, well, I mean, you know, it's meant to be like the masculine word for everyone. Weird, conservative, reactionary sort of behavior about that, about it, you know. Even though the word autrice existed long ago. Is it elitist to prefer button accordions over piano accordions? I mean, typically an accordion would have both, right? You have the buttons on one side and you have the piano keys on the other. At least that's the accordions I've always seen are like that, right? But maybe there's different types with like buttons on both sides. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm more familiar with the ones that have like both. English is kind of inconsistent whether or not we actually use the feminine version of nouns. Some in common, waitress, actress, goddess. Some exist but are used less often. Yeah, I think I've seen the same thing with actor, right? Like, isn't there a lot of like, you would call a woman acting also like an actor instead of an actress? How do you find the game so far? I mean, I've walked from here to here, so I'm not finding much about it. And I'm not thinking about the engine at all. I have no issues with Unreal Engine 5. I think it's a perfectly fine engine. I think the real issue I have with modern games is DLSS, but that's not attached to Unreal 5. Every game uses DLSS. That's my issue. I don't like DLSS because of the smudginess. As soon as you activate any upscaling, if you look at the hair or like some fine details, there's smudginess all over the place. I hate that. That's my only issue with modern engines. But that has nothing to do with the engine itself. It's just the NVIDIA upscaling that I have a problem with. But not much you can do about it. Just every game has that these days. And unfortunately, if I go DLLA, which would be ideal because there's no upscaling, I had a little bit of stuttering earlier. I don't seem to be having anymore, so maybe we'll be able to stick with it. Yeah, we'll see. Well, thank you, Onyx. You know, it's just the way I like playing games. I like taking my time. L'histoire du charognard, the story of the scavenger? Not sure what the scavenger is supposed to be. I wonder if I should be taking screenshots of these. What's up, Hunk? How are you doing? Contemplating if this game is worth buying, is it? Most people would say yes. It's too early for me to have an opinion, but I think most people would say yes. Depends what you like, right? If you like JRPG style of gameplay, it's probably good. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. Sounds great. What you can do, Hunk, is you can watch me for the next couple hours and maybe that will, you know, lead you to a decision. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Katerina? Yeah, I wonder if I should be taking screenshots of these, because they're kind of cool. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Let's do some of that. I wonder if I should be taking a screenshot of the little Buddha we saw at the... That Buddha is messing with my mind. I don't understand why it's there. Alright. Okay, we're gonna have to have a screenshot section, I guess. I don't know how my notes are gonna... You know, I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna work them. We'll have to see, but... Yeah, I'm gonna have a screenshot. For now, I'm just gonna take notes as they come. And then later, at some point, when I get a better idea of how I'm gonna, you know, be taking notes and all that, we'll organize them as we did with Elden Ring, right? One thing at a time, I guess. Doesn't everyone have a little Buddha in their home? I mean, it's just that everything is so French about this, and then you have a random Buddha. It's very weird. It feels out of place in a way that doesn't feel accidental. You know? It makes me think that it means something. But that's just me. I'm looking way too much into things. It could be just a random asset they just put there, you know, for whatever reason. Right? Le Lumérien, le journal des habitants de Lumière, the paper of the Lumière citizens. Les poubelles ensevelissent la ville. The garbage is drowning the city, basically. Yeah. Garbage is overtaking the city. How are we gonna clean our streets? It says. Furniture donations. Rehabilitation of abandoned buildings. Okay, so there's clearly some plans happening in Lumière for, you know, cleaning the streets and making sure people have homes and all that. That's good, that's good. We like that. L'expédition a-t-elle encore une chance d'être concluante, I guess? Has the expedition, does the expedition still have a chance of concluding, of achieving its goal? I guess. Help the orphans. Interesting. What's up, Sun Martyr? Yeah, we're right at the beginning. I barely moved from the beginning in about an hour, so strap in. Your French make this significantly better. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so apparently there's like a you know, little thing there to help the orphans, which I guess is a problem around here. Une dernière année gâchée, another year, a last year ruined? I don't know if it's actually gâché. Yeah, I think it is. The text, the resolution makes it very hard. Really like figure out what the title is sometimes, but yeah, it could be gâché, maybe. What about the singing? I understand, like, there were a few words, but it was mostly like nonsense words. I'm not sure it's always meant to mean something. I think it's kind of like the Nier sort of approach, right? With the, it's meant to sound like French, and there's a few French words, but it's actually not always like meaningful. I remember, like, there was the word rature, which is like une rature would be a little mistake when you're drawing, for instance, that you would erase, which is interesting because, again, like the gommage, you know, the meaning of the word gommage means erasure. So there's kind of a theme there going, I feel. Conte de la Sirène. The Tales of the Siren. Sorry. not sure what the siren is, but sure we'll find out. Exposition. Okay, that's the same we've seen before. Let's see. Let's see. What does it say here? Les Nevrons, une menace. The Nevrons, a threat? I'm not sure what... Mermaid? Yeah, I mean, I think the word siren is kind of better here. Like a mermaid, of course, is a siren, but I feel like the word siren has more of a mythological sort of connotation that I like better. But so I'm not sure what Nevrons are, but apparently they're a threat. I think the word Nevron is interesting. Nevron. Maybe comes from like nerve, you know, the French word for nerve. Nerf, which is like nervous. Nevrose. Nevrons, nevrose, which is like a... what would be nevrose in nevrose in English? Not sure what the English word would be. Nevrose en anglais. Oh, it's actually a word. Nevrose. Neurosis. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yes. I felt like I knew the word. It's because of the band, of course. Yeah, neurosis. Yeah, I wonder if there's a connection there. Interesting. Okay, same as we've seen before. I think we're kind of like seeing more of the same stuff being reused. Let's see. Les gestrals existent-ils? Do the gestrals exist? Is the question asked by the Enlightened Duck newspaper. The gestrals, do they exist? Gestrals. Gestral. Interesting. Maybe it comes from like the word geste. Geste, which is a gesture, right? Un geste. Gestural, like the end of that word makes me think of the wind. You know, the Mistral, for instance. An interesting word. Du conte pour enfants à la rumeur, from the you know, the tale for children to the actual like rumors of their existence, right? Kind of like a boogeyman sort of situation, right? Like that. Give us your opinion, says the little box at the bottom there. Cool. The expedition, a success. I wish, god damn it, what I would give for a first-person view. Yeah, I think we've seen this one here, but it was covered. Yeah. What's up, Jackie? How are you doing? It's been a while. How are you? You bet I'll love it? Well, hey, maybe. I hope so. Right now I'm just looking at every paper on this wall and just translating everything I can. But yeah, they're basically they're wondering if the expedition can be a success. I think that's the idea of that one. Yeah, those are repeated ones. I think we've pretty much seen everything at this point. Yeah. This is all repeated. Yep. Repeated. Yep, all repeated at this point. Nice. Cool. That was an interesting wall. Some little few details, you know, like stuff that I'm interested to see if we're gonna learn more about it in the game. Like Nevrons, Gestrals, Siren, Scavenger, Paintress. It's kind of cool. It's a little interesting foreshadowing. I love some decent world building. I also think it's interesting that it's all at the beginning of the game, right? And I'm assuming it's one of those weird things where most people, you know, you would probably not even look at those things, or if you do, most people don't speak French. So most people would probably just sort of, you know, not get very much from this, right? So I find it pretty cool that I can already like get a lot of sort of world building from all of those things. Scavenger, le mangeur. I don't know if it's supposed to be le mangeur d'ogre or d'ocre. Ochre, like ochre would be ochre, right? Like the color or the mineral ochre, right? And le mangeur means the eater, right? The ochre eater is basically what that means. Unless that's a G, in which case it's the ogre eater, but that doesn't seem, I don't know, doesn't seem correct. Also already with the theme of like painting and art, which is already like a theme going through the whole thing, I feel like this makes more sense that it would be ochre, right? Interesting. Again, those are like little notes, mental notes that I'm making for myself. I have no idea how it's potentially connecting to anything, but ochre is a mineral? I think so. I know it's a color, but it probably comes from the mineral that's making it, right? Yeah, it's a natural clay earth pigment. Mixture of ferric oxide and clay and sand, which ends up being like the color, right? Ochre. So I guess it's a mix of minerals to create like a pigment, right? Okay, I've had a little bit of stuttering. You know what? I guess I'll stick with quality instead of DLLA, which is unfortunate, but will be good enough. Maybe I'll try again later. Maybe it could be one of those things where, you know, sometimes in games like the first area is made to be so beautiful, to be very impressive, and it tends to run worse than later areas. But we'll see. I'll try again later to upgrade the quality. It doesn't make that much of a difference anyway. On stream you probably barely see the difference because of the compression, so it's mostly for me. Yeah, Martyr, I like to dig into games quite a bit. I have a whole note thing. Oh yeah, I am Sorrow. Hold on. Ah, the mouse is gonna be a problem though. But yeah, I have some. I have my notes overlay ready, but I haven't taken any notes yet. I'm just, you know, at first we're always sort of seeing what is going on, and then we're gonna eventually start taking notes. Something's happening down there. Looks like a weird electrical, like the windmills pushing my camera every time. Maybe we'll get a better angle from later down the line. Yeah, I'm using Scapple. It's typically a mind mapping software that I'm using to take notes. I typically use that when I'm writing for my, you know, novel writing. Now the way it's integrated in the stream is just OBS magic. I basically, yeah, created my own overlay. Like some transparency stuff and all that. Opera. Cool. Let's go to the opera. That sounds awesome. Oh, here's the flaccid Eiffel Tower we've seen in the intro. Interesting. That's already an interesting thought that I have, is I'm wondering if this is meant to be a, you know, a sort of futuristic or alternative version of Paris, or if it's just like inspirations and influences. Right? That's already a thought that I'm wondering. I mean, obviously this doesn't look like Paris doesn't have water just next to the Arc de Triomphe, but who knows what could happen in the far future or in an alternative world like history, right? You never know. But it very much does look like Paris under certain angles. Does the overlay look like that for you? No, no, no. I have basically it's notes on another monitor above my gaming monitor, right? I have like the normal like window, and then I've made it so that it appears like that on stream, right? But for me, it's just a you know, just a board that I can put notes on, basically. Yeah. But if you just want to play games with an overlay, I think the Steam overlay has a notes thing now. So, you know, that can be a way to go for you. If you just want, like, the notes overlay, I guess. Yeah, I'm really curious about all those weird crystal formations that are taking over the world, it seems, right? I wonder if it's like a remnant of whatever happened that broke the world in the way it did. Also, whatever it was, it feels linked to the whatever's going on with the eclipse over there, right? It's like you can see like the movement from like whatever blew up or you know, you can see the fragments either going towards it or from it. I'm not sure. Kind of feel like it's coming from it, but yeah, I don't know. Bugged out and deleted 3 days worth of notes at once. I don't recommend it. Yeah, I've heard other people mentioning their Steam overlay deleted their notes, so yeah, at least with my software, I know they're gonna stay, right? Man, this looks really cool. Okay, is she gonna zoom again or not? I'm gonna approach very carefully. It's like a cat, you know, like you know when you're trying to tame a cat, and you just very slowly approach every day a little bit more, but every time you cross the line and they just run away really fast. That's how I feel about this character right now.
I set up these grapple shortcuts. Nice, huh? Don't tell your sister, though. I sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy. Wish I had them when I was working as a courier.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Being able to grapple around the place, you deliver stuff. Right, summary, yeah. Sun Martyr. Why did I call you summary? My brain just worked. Sorry. I'm just gonna call you Martyr or Sun. I don't know. What's up, Kimmy? How are you? So she borrowed the grappling hooks from the Expedition Academy. And she said, don't tell your sister. Okay, hold on. I want to start taking a few notes, because this is already getting pretty layered. Okay. How do I do this? We're already gonna have to, like, organize that a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how we're gonna do it, but what I know for sure, I want to do that. Distribute horizontally. Bam. Okay. Character main, Gustave. And her name was Maëlle. I almost wanted to take a note. Maëlle is very fast, but let's be serious. Gustave has a sister who may be involved with the Expedition Academy? Question mark? Because, you know, she said don't tell your sister that I took them from the academy, so I'm thinking maybe she's involved. Okay, we're gonna need a lot more space than this. I vastly underestimated the amount of space that I was gonna need for that. For now, we'll just have like rough, you know, yeah, setting. Okay, well, lumière. Sort of broken / corrupted weird version of Paris. Is it actually an alternative future Paris or just visual inspirations? Question mark. Okay, cool. Plot, not much to say yet. Themes, I'm gonna wait a little bit to get on to the themes, but there's already some things that I'm noticing for sure. Expedition Academy. Mael stole grappling hooks from there. I'm assuming it's a training facility for people who will then embark on the expedition. There we go. You know, just starting to take a few notes. We'll see where those go, but... Everybody misreads my name as Summer at first. Yeah, I mean, I can see that happening. Yeah, it's a beard, not a stash. Yeah. To me, that crosses the line of being just a stash. Even though the stash is stronger, I think that qualifies as a beard. Also, that man looks like Robert Pattinson a little bit, doesn't he? Is Mael an actual French name? Yes. It is. It's very French. No notes for Buddha? Oh shit. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna forget about the Buddha, so I don't think I need to take a note for that, but yeah. Never heard of it. You know, it's a very one of my best friends actually. She's a writer. Her name is Mael. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it means something about like. I think the meaning of the word has something to do with nobility. Like it's comes from like an old word that means something like a lord or something. I'm not sure. And as far as Gustave goes, I think the meaning of the word Gustave, I know way too much about name meanings because when I'm writing my books, I love looking up a ton of names because I have a hard time naming my characters sometimes. So I look up a ton of names, you know, and I try to look at what they mean and the etymology and all that. As far as I know, Gustave means the staff of the gods, or, you know, something about the staff of a god or something. Like stave, right? Gustave. Stave is the staff. And Gus comes from something like divine, like a god, right? I'm not sure that's true, but, you know, that's some old memory I have for the name Gustave. Which I don't expect necessarily that's gonna have like a you know, significance for the story. Because the way I do it is, my own stories, for instance, I don't like picking names based on their meaning too much, because in real, you know, in life, like, your names don't come from like the, you know, there's something about what's the word for that again? Nominative determinism or something? You know, like your name's gonna influence the life you're gonna have. But yeah, the way I like to name my characters is I'm thinking about who their parents are. What is their culture? What is their, you know, living conditions? What kind of name would they think is cool for their kid? Like, that's sort of my thought process. But I still like looking at the meaning of the name, just in case, you know. Yeah, Soro? Yeah, I like the name Mael. I think Mael is a good name. Yeah. I've seen a user around, Godly Stick. Yeah, I know Godly Stick. Yeah, they're on Naz's channel, I think, mostly, right? It means they're just a Gustave. Maybe, Godly Stick, Gustave. Maybe that's their real name. Who knows? Yeah. On the last stream, I'll ask you if you remember the Buddha. I wager my reaction will be something like, oh shit, I completely forgot about the Buddha because it didn't mean anything. I like that there's a toggle to walk. The game already gets an extra point for me because of the toggle to walk. Being able to just walk without having to gently push the stick is great. Being able to full push the stick and walk around, what a gift. What a gift from the video game. Because I could not toggle it and then walk like by just pressing the stick very much. Not very much, right? But it's so much better to just have the toggle. Alright, we have a better angle to see what's happening there. Is that a magic show or something? It looks like colored electricity. Like fireworks almost, but... yeah, I don't know. It's like... I can see that there are people like moving, so maybe it's like one of those like... you know, like the fire sticks that people do? It's maybe like a, yeah, a little like presentation or something. Yeah, I really wish we had binoculars or something. I really, man, I would kill for a first-person view thing in this game. Maybe we'll find one later. My name's Alexander, which means men's defender. I wonder if this will prove relevant at some point. You never know. Alexander is a good name. Yeah, this is cool. Love it. Also, I think Gustave just looked at his wrist like he had a watch, but he clearly doesn't have a watch, which means he's just telling me that he's impatient. And I'm very offended, Gustave. The game's calling me out for being too slow, I think. I don't care. I'm not gonna be any faster. What a vibe though, the music and everything. Ah, delicious. I love that. This is such a cozy game so far. Very peaceful. A little melancholic, you know, there's a bit of sort of melancholy and just the vibe in general with the music and all. Tintin music, yeah, for sure. Also, I just noticed, but one of my hands is not an actual hand. I don't think that's a glove. I think that's an actual, like, prosthetic? Prosthetic? Yeah. Interesting. Is Gustave Sekiro? Nope. Well, what's that called in English again? An easel? Is that the word? An easel? Little painting spot. Again, like going to the theme of like visual arts, like painting and all that. Interesting. A grandfather clock, random, and a pair of boots. Score, free boots. The clock's not moving, is it? Nope. Stuck at 7:54. $7.54. Not a very significant number, as far as I can tell. Some tools. Okay, carpentry. some construction efforts, maybe to rebuild a bit of the city or something. Yo, Nibiru, thank you for gifting a sub to Nasrallah. 38 total. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Nasrallah, you will be remembered. Okay, that's kind of cool. Nice. So I do have a grappling hook. I guess she gave it to me, or I already had one and then she got one as well. Should have paid more attention to what she was saying, I guess. I was focused on the fact that she stole it. Nice. Yeah, do a little bit of flexing. You gotta limber up. Limber up? I don't know if that's the correct word. Yeah, clearly a lot of construction efforts. Rebuilding the city, I'm assuming. It's clearly a cataclysmic event happened at some point. Very cool. Okay, let's approach very slowly. We're gonna get her. One of these days, she's not gonna run away.
Come on, Gustav, speed up a bit. Sophie will have already gamaged by the time you've arrived.
My head.
Okay. Well, if I'm supposed to be in a hurry, that's that. Yeah, she's calling me out already, for sure, for sure. She's not wrong. I mean, listen. I'm literally jumping because she's going away so fast. It actually startles me. The way she just zooms out. Impatient little girl. Is it gonna rain tonight? No, I need to open my window. It's actually getting pretty warm in here tonight. I haven't turned on my streaming equipment in a while, so it was, you know, the lights weren't on for like a whole week or so. It was helping with the temperature management. Getting very warm again in here, so I'm gonna open my window in a second, but oh Jesus! I was trying to open the chest, but that's not a chest. This isn't Dark Souls. Man, this looks cool. My walking toggle disables itself all the time. I just noticed. It's very upsetting. It turns off every time I reach my L. Are we poking every wall again? You can't poke walls, actually. So no. Oh, piano! Aw. That's unfortunate. Oh, I think that's the Café de Lumière that we saw on the newspaper. It looks like the... it actually looks like the same... Oh, well, never mind. There's another one on the other side. It looked like the one we saw in the picture. Maybe not. Maybe there's more than one cafe that looks the same. Would make sense. It's inspired, at least inspired by Paris, so... Paris does have a lot of cafes. Rejoignez l'expédition. Join the expedition, obviously. Pretty obvious, this one. How do people... Wait, hold on. How do people typically navigate this place if they don't have the grappling hooks? Because this place is clearly not navigable without it. I guess ladders, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you're not meant to go through those roofs like that. There's so much stuff on it. The real answer is, it's a video game, but, you know. I'm not gonna accept that. I'm gonna try to make sense of everything. I mean, she does, Lynn. She said she stole one from the academy. That's why she's zooming around. Alright, let's That's a good view. I'm gonna open my window. So I'm gonna be gone for like not even 30 seconds. Just gonna go open my window and then I'll be back and we'll keep playing this. What a cozy vibe so far. We haven't, I know we have made extremely little progress, but you know me. I'm gonna take my time with it. We're gonna enjoy every little detail we can find in the video game. Especially at the beginning, right? Like that's when you build the sort of the fundamental knowledge about the game, and then you build on top of that. So I like taking it slow, especially at the beginning, for sure. Alright, I'll be back in 30 seconds. I will, yeah, thank you for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying this so far, and I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience. Probably spend the most time in this area myself, you know. Yeah, that's a little carousel horse, I think. It's a bit right. It's a bit right. It's a bit right. I'm not sure what the question means, or if it's a question. It's a bit right. It's a bit right. Okay, now I understand the question. I'm not sure what you're referring to. What is a bit? Even more of that crystal corruption thing. Interesting. I wonder if they have to like dig into it or something. If they're like, if it's almost become like a, you know, like a resource or something. Oh, I think Rasta is referring to the actual real-life eclipse that's happening today, I think. I don't know if we can see it here. But I think there was an eclipse today, yeah. At least that was my reading of that message. I don't think it was related to the game. No real-life spoilers! You thank us for your our patience when you were gone for like 15 seconds. Oh, I always do that. Hey, listen, 30 seconds on the internet is a long time. You would not believe it, but a lot of people will leave if you're gone for 30 seconds. You saw it as I was coming out, red as fuck, beautiful. Oh, I didn't know we could... Oh. I mean, I'm seeing the moon right now from my window. And a corner of it is still covered. Which I don't know if it's how it's supposed to be, or if it's still happening, the eclipse or whatever. But it doesn't look red from here. So it's only partially eclipsed now. Okay, okay. Oh, there you go.
Can't believe Sophie already turned 33.
Bye.
She looks so much younger than you.
Thanks.
She's popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
I can imagine.
Get wrecked, Gustav. I can't believe she turned 33. She looks so much younger than you. That kid's... What a brat. Hold on, I need... Oh god, that is not what I wanted. This... Why would that be activated? I was laughing at the first sentence, so I didn't pay attention to the other part of it. Popular, I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers. Okay. She's popular, I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers. So it seems like the flower thing, that, you know, I have a flower for her, it seems like it's not just a me thing. It seems like it's a tradition to give flowers to people. On what is clearly a very specific day. With the gommage and everything, which again, based on the meaning of the word in French, I'm expecting is not a very good thing. And just the undertones of the conversation about it so far between Maël and Gustave, it doesn't look like it's a very, very good thing, but... Man, this shot looks amazing. The bloom, the sort of little mist on the ground there. The excessive bloom from the window, the flowers. That's a good shot right there. Yeah, that looks good. UE5 can deliver? Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's not a bad engine, just, you know. Just like every other engine, it needs to be used well. Yeah, no, people seem very down on UE5. I think it's a combination of, you know, it's pretty new, so people are not, you know, it's still not you know, people will get better at optimizing it and using it, and also hardware needs to catch up a little bit. I feel like that's a big issue that probably leads to a lot of the problems people are having, is that hardware hasn't really caught up with it yet in a way, and so everyone resorts to like DLSS to sort of fix the problem, right? But the fact that it's pretty hard to run on current hardware, and a lot of people are still using, you know, past generation cards, which, you know, yeah, if you have a 20 series, obviously you're gonna have issues with UE5, even if it says that you can run it, you know. Yeah, for sure, Soro. I mean, every Unreal Engine, like UE3, UE4, they all had massive issues at the beginning, right? Some of them never got much better. UE3 was an absolute mess all along. In fact, try playing a UE3 game right now on modern hardware. Jesus. Complete mess. But, no. Still powered an entire generation. No, Doom 3 was id engine. id makes their own in-house engine. UE3 was like 2010, early 2010s, right? Like XCOM was in UE3. That's one that I remember having a lot of trouble running on modern hardware when I tried. There's a boat! Free boat! Bioshock Arkham Asylum? Yeah, UE3 is the problem there, Goal. You have to mod the game for it to run properly on modern machines, unfortunately. And for streaming, there's other layers of problems, like UE3 is such a mess to capture properly. Oh! Oh, okay. There was a prompt, but I didn't need to click it. Alright, Mael. What? I love her outfit, by the way. It looks amazing. Very stylish.
What?
She clicked the prompt faster than me, yeah, that's it.
You look tense.
Yeah, yeah.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
Oh, let me guess. Combat tutorial.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense.
Yeah, I can't go see Sophie with bruises and sweat all over my body. What's your point? Do you see how I'm dressed? I'm clearly not ready to have a fight. I'm in a suit, for God's sake. With a cravat. And a vest.
And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
Oh, well. In that case. Her eyes are extremely white. Like it's... Oh, well... Okay, depends on the angle. But yeah, when she's looking at the sun, like, her pupils are... not pupils, or irises are basically the same color as the rest of her eye. What's up, Atherma? Would you wear the type of suit Gustav is wearing? Sure, why not? And the texture of the face is so detailed. Like, you can see the pores. I mean, I guess that's pretty typical in modern games, but I always find it kind of impressive. You can see the lines on her neck. Like, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, the hair... Yeah, we're not quite there yet with hair in video games. I think there's, you know... But obviously, that's a rendering issue, right? Like, properly rendering hair is just an absolute, like, nightmare, I'm sure. But hey, for the sort of stylized visual, right? It's not like meant to be super photorealistic, right? It has a sort of stylized art style. I think it works fine.
All right, you're on.
See, that was enough to convince Gustav. The promise of a gift. I have a pocket watch, I just noticed.
Yes!
She's so excited to fight. What the fuck is wrong with her? Do you wish to go through the battle tutorial during your duel? Sure. Yes, absolutely. Alright. That's a very loud soundtrack, but what a banger. The battle wheel. You guys are gonna have to tell me how the volume overall feels. We'll see if we need to adjust. The music can be loud. Well, music a bit loud, yeah. Do I have... No, I don't have access to the menu right now. Okay. During your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume AP to use. You can gain AP by performing a base attack or parry. Okay. Characters play turn by turn. The turn order is indicated in the timeline on the left side. Okay, like Final Fantasy X style combat. I can appreciate that. Try attacking to gain 1 AP. Sure, I'll do that in a second. Hold on. Okay, so there's a different setting for the combat music. That's incredible, by the way. That right there is an extra point for the game right away. The fact that it has a different setting for combat music, mind-blowing. That's legitimately a thing every game should have. So we can adjust like the combat music separately, which is incredible. Let's see. %, maybe? Maybe special effects can be a little lowered as well. Like overall combat music, maybe combat stuff. I don't want it to be too quiet either. I mean, it needs to be, you know, we want to appreciate the bangers. Maybe 90%? I feel like the default, the combat SFX is too loud compared to the music in the game. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I'm just gonna adjust as we go, but this feels all right, I think. All right, try attacking to gain some AP. Let's see. Oh yeah, the sound effects are loud. That is true. Holy crap. But yeah, even the music can get pretty loud. Hold on. I think 80%, 80. Voices can stay louder, I think. We'll see. We're gonna, you know, slowly adjust. Also, okay. I think the sound is actually quieter when you're in the menu. Like the music lowers itself in the menu. Slightly, which makes it a bit harder to adjust. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a good sense of the volume. I think 75 maybe? Is this a PC thing? I don't know. Brainy. It could be just a separate setup thing. Maybe it's just weird on my specific setup because of my headphones and amp. I don't know. Like if you're playing on like a TV or something, maybe it's different. Mrs. Scratch, thank you for 12 months at tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you, Scratch. Scratch, you will be remembered. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Attack 1 AP. Yeah, that was definitely loud. You are correct. The sound effects are very loud. Enemy turn. Enemies usually perform 1 action per turn. You can defend during their attack. Mael will now attack. Dodge. During an enemy attack, dodge at the right time to avoid damage. Dodging at the last moment will trigger a perfect dodge. Press circle to dodge. I was pressing circle to get out of the menu, but it automatically dodged. The skill wheel. The character's AP can be used to cast skills. Each character can have up to 6 skills equipped. Try to use a skill. I will. Alright, let's see. It's good that we have a tutorial to mess with the sound settings. The voices seem okay. The music seems like it's on a pretty decent level now, maybe 70. Special effect in combat, I think I'm gonna try it down to 50, see how it feels. Yeah, that's still super loud, what the fuck? Gustave's Overcharge. Gustave starts with 2 skills, Lumière, Assault, and Overcharge. He can use attacks and skill to charge up his Overcharge meter and unleash a devastating blow with Overcharge skill. Use Lumière Assault to gain charges. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, this is crazy loud, like the UI sound. Hopefully we'll find the right balance eventually. Lumière Assault. Low physical damage, 5 hits, critical hits generate 1 additional charge. And it costs 3 AP, of which I have 6, I think? Let's see. QTE, pressing X at the right time, will improve your skills effect. Increased damage or added bonus effect. Achieve perfect timing to unleash even stronger effects. Interesting. That's kind of reminds me of Bravely Default a little bit. Also Final Fantasy VIII, when you had to press, you know, the gunblade button at the same time. Had to adjust combat music and SFX. I thought they were crazy loud. Yeah, it's definitely louder than the rest of the game. But it's good that we have granular settings. Love that. Okay. Oh! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was mashing. But apparently I got it. Legend of Dragoon, yeah. True. That was a good one. During an enemy attack, you can also parry. Parry shares the same timing as perfect dodge, but is more difficult than a regular dodge. Parrying recovers 1 AP in addition to avoiding damage. Press R1 to parry. Oof. That was a chunky sound. Press R1 to parry again. Parrying every hit of an enemy attack triggers a powerful counter. Press R1 to parry. I'm so good at this game. Just pressing the button. Gustave's overcharge meter is full. Use overcharge skill now to unleash a devastating blow. Overcharge, deal more damage with overcharge. Charge Gustave's arm by dealing damage, dodging, and parrying. Okay. Yeah, I think the sound of the attacks can be even lower than that. High lightning damage based on the amount of charges. Can break, whatever that means. Reset charges. Okay.
For those who come after.
Okay. I love that the victory screen has a sort of variation of the game's music. Of the combat music. Like, it's the same but without the beat. Love that. I killed Mael, yeah, that's it, rip. The gameplay doesn't appeal to you? Yeah? Oh, I love a good old school RPG, you know, JRPG style gameplay. Love that. Not sure how I feel about the real-time elements, but we'll see. I think the character's still moving. He is! This is not a freeze frame, this is a slow-mo. Yeah, the particles are still moving and everything. Look at that! It just changed. Huh. I wonder if I wait, how much it's gonna move eventually, which I'm sure we'll have time to. Based on the music and the you know the tunes and all that, I'm sure we're gonna sit on victory screens for a little bit sometimes, just because of the you know how crazy good it sounds. Highest damage 385, damage dealt 624, received 0, successful parries 3, successful dodge 1, time 9 minutes and 18 seconds. Fantastic. Definitely not winning a speedrun or anything, but yeah, I love this. A victory screen with an altered version of the combat music. That's god tier soundtrack for me. But yeah, I think the music volume is okay, right? It's fine that it's a little loud for fights. I think it you know, definitely fits the vibe. I think the sound effects can be a little quieter still. I haven't really heard any voices, so we'll have to see. But yeah, we'll get there.
You won. Now, don't you feel better? I see your smile.
Oh yeah, no, that felt great. Kicking your ass at a duel you asked for felt fantastic. Thank you, Maya.
All right. Now, let's go find Sophie.
Color of Lumina can be consumed to gain an additional something. I'll learn about what that is later. Let's go find Sophie. Let's do.
I saw her near the red and white tree.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this handsome man. Beautiful. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to watch my own VOD to determine, you know, what I need to adjust, like sound-wise. I felt like the music was okay. Could be maybe a slight notch lower. Voices slightly lower, and maybe special effects another notch down, potentially. I don't know why the special effects are so loud. That's kind of crazy. And the user interface. I don't know if that applies to combat. Maybe that applies to combat as well. I can lower it to... Yeah. I'm gonna go with that for now. We'll see. Yeah, I think the menu... That's what I was thinking, Tixar. Maybe the menu... The menu felt loud, and I think that might be due to user interface. Rather than... Which, that's fine. I don't mind that being quieter. It's not a big deal. Alright, well, we'll see next time we have a fight. Well, that's something we're gonna have to adjust, you know, over time and eventually...
Oh, the plaza is lively. Why people like to celebrate the gommage is still a mystery to me, but... Oh well.
That's interesting. What's up, Businella? How are you doing? The Daniel Mad combat? What do you mean? The Daniel Mad combat. This is a Nibiru joke that I'm not getting, I think. Bit more tools, carpentry, making fun of the menu. Oh, right. Because of the... Yeah. Honestly, I'm fascinated that there's a granular menu for combat and exploration. I think that's... I don't see that very often in games. There's a part of me that feels like it's kind of a crutch. It's like, yeah, we weren't able to balance our sound effects very well. So there you go. Do it yourself. But I understand it's, you know, everyone can... There's so many different audio setups these days. It's good that everyone can have their own, you know, sort of settings. I mean, it does look a little bit like Robert Pattinson, yeah. A little bit. I can see the resemblance, for sure. I mean, you know, maybe they took... Maybe that was their face inspiration, right? When they modeled it. Potentially. Oh! More newspaper to look at. Les serres... That's a new one. The... greenhouses need you, is what it says. Oh, let's see. Ah! Les plantations manquent de main-d'œuvre, rejoignez-nous. The plantations lack manpower, join us. So they need help to, you know, take care of the greenhouses and all that. That's really cool. Gustave... Oh, hey! We have an article on us! The hope of the expedition. Gustave, the hope of the expedition. Damn, I'm a superstar. Look at us. Sure, Martyr. I get that. They added it in the latest patch as well. Ah, I see. I really wish I could see what it says about me. Ugh. God damn it. My life for a first-person view. Vas-y, de franchir. Okay, I'm not quite... I don't get every word. There's an interesting sentence there. Apparently there's rumors. Des rumeurs circulent. Rumors are... there are rumors about potentially something crossing a shield? Serait-il possible qu'ils cherchent à franchir le bouclier? Would it be possible that they're trying to cross the shield? And ruin the piece that we have acquired, so, you know, that was so difficult for us to acquire. Something about someone breaking the shields and ruining the piece that was so, you know, hard, like, you know, so hard to acquire. I'm thinking it could be something like from the outside, right? Like an outside threat potentially breaking. I'm assuming there's maybe a shield protecting the city or something. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, I can't read every word, so I'm not sure exactly what it's talking about. But I'm you know, the texture is unfortunately not clear enough. I don't think I can find anything about Gustave. It's all too... I can make out like maybe a few words here and there, but it's way too blurry. But yeah, interesting that sort of external outside threat on the shield. Like that. More accordions. A random boat. You know what this looks like? Okay, this is a terrible reference. This looks like Getting Over It. You know the landscape in Getting Over It, which is like basically a bunch of items and buildings and stuff on top of one another, randomly floating in the air. That's what this reminds me of. I feel like I need to jump into my cauldron and use my hammer to move through those environments. Only Up. Yeah. I haven't played Only Up, but it definitely reminds me of Getting Over It for sure. There's some weird vibration when you're getting close to those prompts, which I guess is a way to help the player like notice them. Not a fan. It's a very thin vibration that kind of makes my hands feel weird. Not a big deal, but not my favorite type of interaction when it comes to haptics. Only up is getting over it with added clunky jumps and more clunky climbing animation. Yeah, I think that's a thing. Like when you get better at getting over it, it's actually pretty precise. Yeah. It's not a
The
very
red and white tree. I've always found it beautiful. I don't really understand. You and Sophie broke up so long ago.
Oh.
But clearly you never got over her.
What?
Why'd you wait until today to say something? It's a bit late, isn't it?
Why is she calling me out so hard for it? She has no filter. Oh boy, okay. Well, that's awkward. So apparently Sophie and I broke up. Okay, hold on. Let's open the notes. Broke up with Sophie a long time ago, but apparently haven't really kept in touch with her. Interesting. You're a teenage girl? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, also, Martyr, just be careful with that kind of stuff, because we have pretty strict rules about game information. Like, I don't want to know the age of a character if you know... any information that the game hasn't given me, basically, is off limits for chat. So, like... we want to be careful about that. And this is a this is a great example for it because it's not that big of a deal. Oh, thank you. Obviously, she's a teenager. But yeah, just as a reference for later. Careful with any information, no matter how small it may seem. Yeah, no, we have extremely strict rules, and the reason for it is maybe some stuff would be, you know, considered fine, right? The more minimal stuff, but I feel like as soon as you give a little bit of space, some people are gonna use the space to you know, backseat and spoil shit. And so we've always had a very strict approach, so that this way it's easier for everyone. There's no line to cross if there's no line, right? It makes it easier for mods as well, even though they don't seem very active right now. There's a bakery down there. God, I could go for some authentic butter croissant right now. Give an inch, they'll take a mile. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, right? Is that a Souls item down there? Looks like an item in Dark Souls. The way it's just glowing. Man, what a cool place. I would live here. On the roofs. Yeah, typically we have pretty reactive mods. I guess they're just busy tonight. We'll have to see if we want to add someone to the team for this playthrough. I don't know. Does this game have omelette au fromage? I know it's a Dexter reference, but omelette au fromage, delicious. I'm sure they have some. There's a bed up here. Kind of a weird place to have a bed, but... I'm not sure if it's like people are living on those roofs and that's why there's beds and furniture and all that, or if it's just basically a result of like everything sort of breaking and stuff flying all over the place, and I don't know. Imagine sleepwalking here, walking and going to the bathroom half asleep. I mean, again, like, not even sure. I mean, okay, that's a very well-made bed. So, I would assume someone's using it, though. I don't know. I would assume it rains sometimes and all that, so it's probably not great, right? I guess it helped, like, there's something about those environments that I feel are... there's almost like a dreamlike nature to those environments, right? It looks like a weird dream, with like stuff looking like reality but not quite, right? Bent out of shape or floating, or like the laws of physics are mostly working but not 100%. It almost has like a dreamlike quality to it, which I think is interesting. I do wonder if that sort of connects to part of the lore somehow, or if it's just a visual identity, right? Fragile, Lumière, October 1923. Interesting. We have a date. 1923. I mean, I don't know if it's hard to determine what the actual date is, but those crates were stamped 1923. Reminds me of Dali. A little bit. Interesting that those are the only marked crates. I don't think any other markings on the other ones. Curious.
Sophie's down there.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck. I'll be here for you if things don't go as planned.
Aww. Very nice.
Thanks.
If things don't go as planned. I don't think we have a plan, though.
Come on, she's down there. It's your moment.
That's a lot of pressure.
Come on, she's down.
Okay. Press square to interact with the rope. Okay, you didn't have to do that. He's just showing off at this point. Just doing a backflip before getting on the rope. Yeah, the flips are completely unnecessary, Gustav. I'm sorry. What the hell? It's just showing up. She's not even looking. She's busy. What a cool visual there. The red and white tree. The red and white girl. That's interesting. Like the color themes are very interesting. I wonder, you know, how much how much I can, you know, you can look into from the white and the red. Obviously the white, you know, typically a color of purity and cleanliness. The red being more of a color of either love or you know, blood. And, yeah, it's interesting. The RJ. Surrealism was formalized in Paris. 1924 Manifesto of Surrealism. Yeah. Definitely interesting that that's part of the aesthetic that they've used, right? Definitely fits the whole sort of inspiration. Alright, let's see. Not much to do except moving forward.
The last few days meant everything.
Can we talk?
Gustav. I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
You know,
I
I'm
missed you.
sorry that... I
You
miss
don't need to... Okay.
You go.
No, you.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been... You know, I often think... Another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things.
Hmm.
I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world. And you are the most stubborn person I know. Thank you. Walk me to the harbor?
Yes.
Interesting. Oh boy. Oh shit. Playing a different character. Nice. Wait, I think it said... Did it say something at the bottom? I think it may have said something, but I missed it. Hold on. Oh no, it just said save in progress, right? Yeah, never mind. It was just a save. So, okay. Before getting into like the more like the story elements, a few things I've noticed that I find interesting. The lip syncing is not great. the facial animations are incredible. It's interesting. Like the precision of the lip sync is not that you know, it's you know, it's okay, it's just not great, but the facial expressions are absolutely, they're very like exaggerated, kind of like almost like a Pixar sort of thing, right? But it's really expressive, which I think is good. Also, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure that scene was pre-rendered. No, that's on you, Garrett. I'm pretty sure that scene was pre-rendered because it felt like it ran at 30 FPS. But I don't know. They don't blink? No, they do a little bit. She just blinked right there. Hold on. Yeah, no, she blinks. I'm pretty sure they blink. I mean, Gustav is not blinking. I'm looking at Gustav right now in the back. That man's not blinking. I'm having an unofficial not blinking contest with him and I'm losing. Hold on. Gustav, stop moving! We're trying to... Yeah, he's not blinking. That's funny. I think they did the original facial capture with the French actors. That's why the English... I don't think there's any, like, proper lip syncing. Like, it didn't look like they were mouthing French words. It looks like, you know, like, very simple, you know, basic syncing, basically. That's what it looked like. But yeah, obviously I don't know exactly. Yeah, I wish I could turn off the subtitles. How's the subtitles size, by the way? Does it need to be bigger? Or is it okay like that? I wish I could turn off the little blurry box behind it. I don't think it looks that great, but I don't think that's an option. Unfortunately. It's okay, it's not a big deal. It's just, I would prefer if it wasn't there. No, I'm on PC, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately it is, you know, it is not a huge budget sort of game, right? So it makes sense that some of that stuff's gonna be a little... It's not a big deal. Personally, that's not something that bothers me very much. It's just, it was just interesting to note the difference between, like, the lip sync and the, like, the quality of the facial animations. If they were gonna put more energy into either of those things, I think they did the right choice. The facial animations are definitely more important than the details of the lip sync. Now, as far as the narrative goes, that was a very well done scene, I thought, exposition-wise. The fact that they just talked at the same time and talked over one another and interrupted each other, like, you know, that sort of awkward first moment where 3 times in a row they just, like, cut each other. I thought that was very cool. That was very well done. There's clearly, like, nervousness and sort of awkwardness there based on their past, I would assume. Quite a few interesting lines. She, you know, when she said there's always room, I think that's kind of a very important one. Sort of implying that, you know, even if they broke up at some point, you know, there's always room for him to be there. Right? I think the kid, when the child that passes by stops and does like a little salute, like he put his hand on his heart, I think. He was putting his hand on his heart and just like sort of, you know, a little nod. I thought that was very interesting. It's like a gesture of, you know, acknowledgement or respect for someone who's about to go through that gommage thing. Which again, based on everything we can infer from the vibe and the dialogue and the conversation, doesn't seem to be a very pleasant experience. And obviously, based on that, you know, all the conversation of them not being able to live the life they wanted because of the situation they find themselves in, right? Gustav said something about breaking the cycle and preventing someone else's future to be stolen. So obviously, you know, it's pretty easy to deduce that the expedition's meant to stop whatever's happening. That leads to the gommage, which seems to be, you know, taking people away, stealing their future. Stop looking at your invisible watch, Gustav. Jesus. Having a conversation here. But yeah, that idea of like how different could, you know, how different could our lives be if we were in a different world? I think that's an interesting theme. I think it goes into something. Yeah, we'll. I think there's going to be some interesting stuff about that we can look into later, thematically. But yeah, clearly you can tell that there's a lot of affection between them, probably love, right? It was just, I'm curious to know the reasons why they broke up, right? If it was a matter of realizing that there's no real future because of the context they live in, right? So might as well not be in a relationship, but I don't know. Maybe it was different. Maybe we'll learn more about it. Oh no, she can walk like an old lady too. No, for sure, Gael. Especially like gommage, meaning erasure in French. That doesn't sound like a good moment, like a good time. Doesn't sound like a good thing. The music during that scene was beautiful too. Very, I thought very Final Fantasy sort of vibe. Hold on. I do want to go over something. What's up, Al? How are you doing? I wish the music from the game would shut up while I'm using the overlay, but I don't understand why it's not working that way. Yeah, there she was clearly saying her goodbyes to those people, right? And then if there's more room, there's always room. That's a very strong sentence right there, right? That's her telling him that he will always matter. There's always gonna be, you know, room for him in her life. That's kind of the implied meaning there. Obviously, that's very cute. Him having regrets, right? If things were different. Wanting to believe. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. That's very interesting. I think what I'm reading there in the writing is that he believes they can change things, right? I don't think she does. I think she's more resigned, or at least she is now, because you know, time's up, I guess. You kind of have to get into that acceptance thing, right? But the way she's phrasing it, like, I never, you know, like, I never faulted you for believing. Believing what? Believing they could, I'm assuming, stop it before it happened to more people, including her, right? I think Gustav had hoped that they could stop whatever's happening before it happened to her, right? Which obviously clearly hasn't worked out based on the setup there. But the way she's phrasing it makes me think that she never really believed, right? She never believed as much as he did that things could change. Yeah, I think that's that seems to be something that I'm taking from this. I mean, he is looking at her in the eye, sort of. There's a few moments where he is, but then he's lowering his gaze a lot. That's true, but he is certainly looking at her a few times. Like he's escaping her. Like he's looking at her and then, like, you know, looking away, right? A lot. Whereas she's staring at him more than he is. She's clearly, like, I think, you know, I think it speaks to, again, like what I just mentioned. She is okay with everything. She's come to terms with their breakup. She's come to terms with the fact that, you know, clearly she's running out of time. Just, you know, I feel like this is the acceptance stage, and this is the, you know, the like denial, right? Dude's not okay. He's still, like, he's not accepting, you know, he's not okay with the breakup. He still has regrets. He's not okay with the fact that whatever's happening is happening. He wants to fight against it, right? She is more, you know, she's at that point she's okay, you know, she's resolved. She's accepting of whatever's going on. And I think this is a nice contrast with her being able to sustain his gaze a lot more and him sort of like struggling to be okay with the situation, right? She can face the situation. He can't, right? I think that's an extremely important point for sure. Oh, that's good. I love a good stubborn character. That's great. Love that. Obviously, he wants to spend more time with her, but he doesn't really know how to express it. She saves him by being like, "Hey, wanna, you know, walk me to the harbor, right?" And then the relief, obviously, you know, like, "Oh God, I didn't know how to ask," right? Because again, like the part of him that's not okay with the situation is struggling to sort of stay put together, right? Whereas she's completely okay with all of it. They're very interesting balance between the... yeah, I wanted to see that one again. That is so well done, that moment. Like that sort of acknowledgement, you know, of clearly there's... people know who is not gonna make it, it seems, right? Like, it's like a widely known thing. That's what the I guess the flower represents, right? The people that are facing the gommage or you know, receive their flowers, and so the other people pay respect and kind of say goodbye in a way, right? It's interesting the choice of making it a kid, right? Obviously children typically you would try to protect the children from sort of the reality of the world, like think about the wars and all that, but sometimes you just can't. Like it's such a constant presence in people's lives that you know, even the kids are fully aware of it. And that, I think, is a very interesting sentence as well, right? In a different world, things could have been different, right? Which is, I think, what Gustav is fighting for, right? He's trying to create a different world. A shame that it seems to be too late for the person he loves, right? Press L to change characters during exploration. This doesn't affect battles. Oh, okay, I would say... I was expecting something like the camera would move and I was controlling the other character. No, it's just like... magical teleportation. Love it. Now Gustav is blinking. And I'm assuming Sophie isn't? No, she is. Interesting. What? Why is Gustav not blinking when he's not the active character? This is such a weird detail. Gustav only blinks when he's the active character. But Sophie still blinks. And Gustav starts blinking. What a weird detail. That has to be an oversight. A normal trash can. A normal... oh, okay. Why am I able to interact with it then? I think that on main character is a lower detail model. Yeah, but that's not my point. My point is, it's interesting that Sophie does blink as the inactive character, but Gustav doesn't. Unless... oh, Jesus! That feels indecent. Yeah, she's not blinking anymore now, but she did blink earlier. I don't know. Weird. Anyway. Unimportant. What's up, David? Sophie giving a show. Yeah, I mean, she... You think this is like a mating ritual, maybe? Now's not the time! This is very sad. Clearly, you know, something very sad's about to happen. Aw. You can look inside. That's nice. Baby martyr, maybe. Who knows? Red and white tree. What a cool design. I love it. It was an item. Okay. It looked like an item. It is an item. Nice. Chroma 125. Okay. I don't know what chroma is. I don't have any menu, I don't think. Yeah, we don't have an inventory yet. Yeah, the visual of the item on the ground is definitely very From Software. That's funny. It kind of became the standard in like video games, right? Have like a sort of column of light. A lot of games are doing that these days. Which I'm not. I don't think Dark Souls was the first. Like Demon Souls, I don't think was the first game to do that, but it sort of made it a bit of a standard. So many flowers. Jeez. Oh hey, lady there. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm gonna do a full circle before progressing. There's more trash cans. Can I interact with more trash cans? Oh. Just a trash can. Okay. Okay, one of them is gonna have to be spit. Oh, okay, I cannot interact with this one. And not with this one either. I can only interact with some of them. Just to tell me that they're normal. Imagine taking a nap under a tree like that, in the wind and everything. What a good time. I love napping under trees. When I was a kid, there was a tree next to the house that I could very easily take naps under. Very pleasant. Tree doesn't exist anymore. Pretty sure. So many flowers left. I guess there are not enough people to wear them anymore. Oh! Interesting. So that means the as time goes on, there's less and less people. Of course. Interesting. And I have so many thoughts about, you know, the whole like setup of this situation. Looking forward to getting into the nitty-gritty of it. Is that the expression? The nitty-gritty?
Oh, hi, Sophie.
Oh. Tiffany.
So Gustav really did come, huh?
You know what that means? That means they talked about me before I showed up. And she was like, I'm sure he will come, right? And she was like, oh, wow, Gustav didn't even show up, did he? And Sophie was like, he's gonna show up. He'll show up. Bam! It happened. That's the implication of that sentence. What's up, fish boy?
Yeah, he did.
I knew he would.
Oh, never mind. I guess Tiffany was on our side. And maybe Sophie didn't believe. That kind of changes things. Shh, he might hear us. Has everybody already left? Oh man, that I don't want to have a choice. Has everybody already left? He might hear us. I don't care if he hears us. Has everybody already left?
Has everybody already left?
Yeah. Everybody's heading to the harbour.
Okay.
Sophie.
Looks like you still have a lot of flowers left.
Well, there are less and less people to buy them.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
Tiffany.
I should finish cleaning up here and join everyone at the harbour. See you.
A little bit of sadness in her voice.
See you.
See you.
See you.
Nope. Good night.
See you.
See you.
Nope. Okay. No matter who you pick, it's gonna trigger the conversation with Sophie. Interesting. See you.
I can't imagine what you're going through.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I've lived 33 good years. Look around. We've had our whole lives to prepare. We're all fine. Mostly.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
Oh, jeez, that's heavy. We've had our whole lives to prepare. Yeah, there's something. Man, it's really interesting. I have a lot to say about the themes of the game already. There's something about obviously it feels like a major theme is going to be grief, but I think it goes further than that. I think it's not so much about grief as it is about anticipated grief, which is kind of a different experience if you've ever lived through that yourself. Obviously the grief, when you lose someone is a big deal, but there's something, anticipated grief can happen when you expect something, like for instance, I don't know, a member of your family gets diagnosed with, terminal cancer or something, and they only have like a year left or so, and you go through that sort of anticipated grief process. It's something that is very, very interesting and not really. I feel like media typically goes more for like post-loss grief more than like anticipated grief, which I think is a very interesting theme to actually work on. And I think that's a lot of what's happening here, right? Obviously, the whole process of we had our whole lives to prepare, right? They know it's gonna happen to them. And again, illustrating the difference between the two characters there, of her being, she prepared for it, she knew it was gonna happen, now she's ready, right? As opposed to Gustav, which is clearly not okay with it, clearly hopes to be able to change things. He's going through it, right? He's like really going through it. And I think that's very interesting. That sort of, he's like full-on denial, right, of his anticipated grief that he's going through. I think is quite fascinating as a starting point for the character. I'm looking forward to see how that's going to affect his sort of character arc long term, right? But we'll get back. I'll take some notes on that. Down the line, we'll make a little summary of my thoughts so far. Baguette! Oh my god. Man, I could go for a fresh baguette right now. Holy Jesus. I love a good baguette. It's like a fresh baguette. Not much can beat that. I'm not sure what that cake is. It kind of looks like a carrot cake, maybe? I mean, honestly, it looks like a ground beef patty or something, but I'm sure it's supposed to be a cake or a specific type of bread, maybe. I'm sure it's all meant to be. Everything else is bread, so I'm assuming it's supposed to be some bread. Definitely doesn't look as good as the other ones. An attempted brioche. I don't know. I'll go for the baguette for sure. Those loaves also look very good. Sourdough or something. Delicious. Anyway, that's making me hungry, so I probably shouldn't look at them too much. Oh, they're right in front of the bakery. I didn't even notice that until now. That makes sense. A lot of bread. Alright, let's make our way to the harbor, huh? I guess is where everyone goes to quote-unquote celebrate. Oh, look at that! Actually mining the that weird crystal matter that I mentioned earlier. I was wondering if they were. I mean, I don't know if he's mining it for like using the resources, or if it's a matter of like cleaning up the city, right? By just getting rid of it. But I would assume, you know, if there can be a use to be found for it, I'm sure you would. Why wouldn't you, right? Cannot talk to him. That's a shame. You keep working, good sir. You're doing great work. Yeah, it's all over the place, yeah. I wonder what it is. I'm sure we'll eventually learn. Oh. Le bistrot du peintre. The painter's bistro. Interesting. Plat du jour. The dish of the day. Pâté en croûte. Delicious. Roasted chicken. Salads. And desserts. God, man. Everything in this game is making me so hungry right now. I'm starving. I don't know what I'm gonna eat after stream, but I'm looking forward to it. Oh shit. Amérique du Nord, Occidental. Okay, well, it appears that we are, or at least at some point, the real world existed. That's what this globe is implying. You know, obviously, there's always a thought that it could just be an asset that they used, and it's not meant to be canon. But I think the attention to detail in the game so far is a little too high for me to discount something as just being an asset. I'm thinking that at some point the real world existed. Even if it doesn't... Even if it doesn't anymore, potentially, right? All the months and the zodiac signs are all there. Interesting. You don't get the hype about this game? A lot of people enjoy, you know, the JRPG style of game, and so having one in this day and age coming out with clearly a lot of efforts when it comes to like the aesthetic, visuals, the music. A big deal for some people. Bunch of instruments, very nice. None of them I can play, which I'm very upset about. Oh, I see an item over there. Can we talk to people? Oh. Ah. I'm trying to look at this man's face. Can't get a good angle. It's a macchiato. Okay, it's gonna be difficult to look at the papers on the ground to try to make up a few words, but... Yeah, that's true, Martyr. Not every game's for everyone. That is certainly true. I mean, it will happen one day, Tioma. It's just... It was never, you know, it was never meant to be the next thing, so it'll happen down the line at some point. I'm sure of that. I see a few repeated models there, that's funny. Especially with such a unique look as the you know, top hat. Triplets, yeah. More than triplet. Look at that. There's a tall version and a smaller version of the same character talking to one another. That's funny. Doppelgangers. I'm gonna go grab that item, but I'm worried about triggering something. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, what do I trigger when I press this? Let's see. People have gathered here on their way to the harbor, reuniting one last time. I'm always gonna double press because I want to make sure I don't miss like dialogue. But oh yeah, look at that. Some of them have flowers. Not all of them. Some of them have flowers too. Oh shit, that's a lot of people. So those are the people saying goodbye to their families and friends, I guess. That's kinda... Suddenly it became very sad. Oh no. I didn't notice immediately that some of them had flowers. Yeah, let me go grab that item over there. Oh! You can climb things! Oh, that's amazing. Parkour. More chroma. Okay, I've accumulated a lot of chroma already. Oh, smooth! Look at him! Gustav's an athletic young man. Look at that. Hell yeah. Nope. Looking at every corner to find more items. But I also don't want to miss potential conversations there. I don't think I can talk to anyone. No, it doesn't seem like there's prompts. Oh, never mind. Here's one. Is that the first one? Yeah, we came from here, right? Yeah. Okay, this lady has flowers, so we're gonna have to be sensitive.
Oh, Sophie.
Oh, well.
Marie. Your flowers. I didn't know about... I thought you were younger.
I see. Oh, she's not. She looks younger, as we've clearly established.
And yet you didn't have children.
Okay. Hold on, lady. Where are you going with this? Listen. No, chat. She can still save it. She can still save it. We don't know where she's going with I mean, we know, but listen, there's still a chance. So far, she's just noticing, right? She's not judging. Why would you? Okay, that's the thing though. Why would I understand the sort of why would you have kids? Why would you want kids in a world like that? And make them orphans at the age of 30. All right, let's see how Sophie responds to that.
I'm not having this conversation with you again.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, so much for, you know. The word again there has a lot of weight. The word again here has a lot of weight, unfortunately. Well, okay, Mary is a bitch. I almost want to take a note about Marie. Yeah. This makes me want to take a note about Marie and you know, judgmental, like take the note judgmental about people who don't have kids. Yeah, Sophie is, I mean, she very, I don't know, she's pretty clear with her boundary there, right? Arms crossed, I'm not having this conversation with you again. I think she's doing great. Clearly Mary didn't, you know, get it the first time. Note, Mary was a bitch.
Not today.
Okay, not today, any other day. Don't let anyone tell you what to do. I mean, I just did. I realized that, but I'm playing the character. It's different. I'm impersonating the character right now. I really like, I haven't talked about it before, but I like the haircut, the beret, the sort of outfit she has. I think the characters in this game are very stylish. All of them. I really like that. Like the notable ones, at least. I don't know about the background characters, but every character that has like dialogues and, you know, very stylish. Love the fashion.
Do you care so little about the future of Lumiere? How can you be so selfish?
Listen, Mary. You had an option there to just shut the fuck up. You could have just said, I'm sorry. And instead, you chose to double down. Triple down, even. Because apparently this conversation has happened before. Yeah, where's the... Can I fight? Can we, you know... Can this be my tutorial for the... for the combat system? I'm gonna get that hat that she's wearing, which is very stylish, by the way, and make her eat it. Mary is a single mother who's projecting 100%. I mean, to be fair, unfortunately, I'm expecting a lot of, you know, there probably is a lot of single mothers, just because of, you know, what seems to be happening. Let me deal with Mark, and then we'll get into the conversation a little bit. Mark, thank you for the tier 3, 24 months. That's 2 years. Mark, thank you so much for the support. I hope you've been doing well. I appreciate you. Mark J25, you will be remembered. Thank you. A big sub right there. A big girthy sub. Thank you. Yeah, let me deal with Mark first. So, okay. I'm trying to show empathy there because of the situation. It is probably a very difficult world to live in. And I understand the idea that, you know, the basically the population is going extinct, right? That's sort of like the idea of what I'm understanding, right? The population's going extinct. More and more people are dying. There's less and less people to make up for it. So I understand the perspective of like, you know, we need to have children, otherwise we're you know, mankind's over. But what I don't like I understand like the macro side of things. What I don't like is when you start judging a single individual and putting the responsibility of that person, right? That's the problem. And I feel the same about that in real life, right? Obviously we need children to prosper, for mankind to continue, for our, even like if you go down to the details of like the economy and all that, like and culture and all those things need, you know, we need more children. It just, it is what it is. So like on a macro scale, I understand the concept of it. What I don't like is the fact that it is putting the weight of that on a single woman's shoulders. That's not fair, right? That is not fair. And that I will never agree with, right? You can look at it from like the again, like you can look at it from the macro perspective and the large scale perspective of things, which is okay. You know, I understand the sort of the implications and all that. But you can't just put the weight and judge a single woman for not partaking, right? That's just unfair. And when I say single, like an individual woman, not like, you know, I'm not talking about like relationships. You can't blame individual people, much less women, for that, right? Because obviously there's, unfortunately, it's always going to be the women who have to deal with the brunt of that judgment and that sort of responsibility being put on them. Because, you know, there's this vision that the woman's the person who's bearing the children, so she's responsible for it. But we're not looking at, you know, the other side of things, which is, you know, it's, even without going into like the grand scale societal problems and issues, it, you know, there's a lot of discussions to be had about the you know, I don't know, if I was a woman, I don't know how I would feel about that. But let me tell you, when I'm looking at you know, some women having children and they're carrying the whole weight of raising their kids, dealing with everything, and when I see like how detached some of the men are in those situations, I'm like, I'm not blaming a woman for not wanting kids in that context, right? Like, Jesus. And I'm saying that as a, you know, as someone who was a teacher for 10 years, so I've dealt with a lot of parents. I'm not talking like from just like random, you know, I'm talking about like stuff that I've observed firsthand. You know, I know it's a bit of a stereotype, like the dad who doesn't even know what the kids is doing, or barely, you know, participates in the child's education, and doesn't know what the kid's doing at school, and the mom's just knows all the appointments and all that. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but trust me, from my experience for being a teacher over a decade, I cannot count on my hands how many times I've had the mom show up at the end of the day for the meeting I had planned with them, and then they had to call their husband to be like, hey, we had an appointment in school, and the husband was like, oh, I forgot. Right? I cannot tell you how many times that had happened. It has never happened once with a woman, not once. I haven't seen a single mother not showing up for you know, the kids' appointment that I had with them. So it's a bit of a cliche, but it's based in a lot of truth, unfortunately. I think that's kind of changing. At least that's not how my relationship works with my wife. Yeah, but n equals 1. People were saying that 20 years ago, because some people have a different, you know. And again, it's never about like a single experience. It's not about an individual experience. It's just like, most of the time, over my 10 years of teaching, most of the time, both the dad and the mom were perfectly, you know, involved. Most of the time. A majority of the time. But every year, for a group of kids, there would be about 30% of the dads that I would barely see. Right? That's what I mean. Never be there for appointments, never show up for, you know, those things, right? And that amounts to a lot of people overall, right? Even though it's still a minority, right? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, Martyr, right? Maybe it's equalizing a little bit, but when it's unequal, it's always going in the same direction. And again, there's a nuanced conversation to have here. There's a lot of layers to this, you know. Maybe in a lot of cases, maybe the you know, the mom's just taking care of the kids. She's working at home, or she's like a, you know, she's a, what do you say, like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like she's just, you know, she's not working like a daily job anymore. She's not employed anymore. She's just stay-at-home mom. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. And the husband is, you know, maybe, you know, working, and maybe that's also a more frequent thing. So obviously it would, to a certain extent, explain why maybe I've seen less dads, you know. But that's not quite what I'm talking about. I'm talking like really about the scenarios where the dad clearly said he was gonna come, but he forgot, right? Which I think is very different. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, Anktar. Obviously, I don't have any numbers or anything like grand scale, but I think Martyr's assessment is the correct one, right? Even if it's getting more equal, when it's not, it somehow almost always goes in the same direction, unfortunately. Anyway, so that's sort of my whole point about this situation is, I understand the macro scale of things. Yes, you need kids, you need new generations to be born, and you need all of that, right? An important part of just surviving as a species. Now, whether or not we should survive as a species, that's a big debate, which I guess we could have, but I don't want to have it now. Maybe it would be better if humans, you know, just went instinct. I don't know. And there's a lot of beauty in mankind too. Like, I'm a bit optimistic these days. I don't know. Watching those Ed Pratt videos made me more optimistic about mankind anymore, which I know is really bad because I'm only gonna get disappointed. But you know, it's good to be optimistic once in a while. But yeah, in the context of this, the world of this game, I get it. I understand. You know, there's sort of an urgency. So many people die. Clearly, that you need a lot of birth to compensate with that. So I understand where Mary's coming from, but where she's completely wrong is blaming an individual woman for that. That is a dick move, and Mary is a bitch. What video can give me some optimism about mankind? So I was watching Ed Pratt on YouTube. He's a young dude that's doing like exploration videos basically. And the one I watched was a series about him going from the source of the Thames all the way to the sea. Walking at first, you know, trudging through low waters then, and then eventually going on a kayak for the you know, most of the journey on the river. It was incredible. The way like people were interacting with him, and how many people helped him on his journey, and how kind everyone was, and how curious and just friendly everyone was. It really like, it just, I was tearing up watching that series so many times, just because of like the beauty of it all. Like not only the beauty of nature, but also like the beauty of humans, which is not a thing that happens very often. I'm pretty cynical, as you guys know. So like seeing something that just made me so like optimistic about the beauty of you know, humans. I needed it. I needed some optimism. 1920s women's energy, although women's suffrage passed in the US, not sure about France. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I think that could be part of the inspiration there, right? Like a bit of an old school sort of mentality. in this world, except the inspirations from like the 1920s and all that, but still, I'm not giving it a pass for that. I'm not saying it's bad writing. You know, I think it's great writing because it creates a conversation. I'm just blaming Mary as a character. Me being immersed in this world, impersonating Sophie right now, and telling Mary to shove it and you know, that she can go fuck herself. She could have made more children if she wanted more children, right? I only see one kid next to her, who's probably about to be an orphan, by the way. Where's her other 20 kids? She could have helped if she wanted to. If it's that important to her. I hope it will give me a similar perspective. Hey, whether it does or not, Ren, I think it's worth watching that video, that series. It's amazing. They also forget about parent-teacher conferences. You think so, Naz? Yeah. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing? It's always a pleasure to see you. All right, let's see. Give me something that I can respond. I would love to make a choice there. How can you be so selfish?
I'm not selfish enough to bring others into our doomed world.
You tell her! Yeah, that's always something, as someone who doesn't have kids, that's always a perspective that baffled me. Saying that not having children was selfish. I don't know. I mean, I understand. I know, like, the logic that leads to that conclusion. But I think it's just a matter of perspective. You can definitely say the same thing about the other side of things, right? Yeah, having children is a selfish act. You're not asking anyone's, you know, opinion. You have them because you want them. Both acts are selfish. And you know what? That's okay.
I know we are not many to think like this now. And it destroyed my relationship with the person I loved the most.
Oh. Oh. Did Gustave want children? Is that why it didn't work? Okay, that's really interesting. I don't think that's something I see very often in video games. That is not something I see very often portrayed in video games. That is really interesting. Huh. Okay, hold on. I need to take a note about that. May have been caused by Gustave's desire to have children. Oh. I'm gonna make a little thing about Mary there. Seems very accepting of the situation she finds herself in. Has clearly done the work to when it comes to her anticipated grief of her own life. Never wanted children. Didn't want to bring them in a doomed world, which made her the person she loved the most. I'm assuming it's Gustave. Although I don't have any, I don't have any guarantee, but I'm assuming that's sort of like the implication it feels like. Oh yeah, sorry. Sophie. My bad. I said the name Marie so often, I'm not gonna bother taking notes about Marie. Are you kidding? Unless for some reason she becomes a more important character. Interesting. No, Mary is the girl we're talking to right now. Maël is the fast one. That's been zooming across the. But yeah, interesting. Again, I don't think I've seen that very often in games. Story about, you know, like a relationship being broken because of their disagreement on children. I actually love seeing that. I think that's a really cool thing. I remember, it's interesting because I remember having that conversation with my colleagues when I was a teacher. I had a conversation with a lot of my colleagues. You know, I often expressed that I didn't want to have kids, and a lot of my colleagues would ask me like, but what if your partner wants kids? What if your girlfriend wants kids, or you know, your future wife wants kids, or whatever? And my answer was always the same. You know, it was, well, you know, never say never. You never know when you can change your mind, and maybe I will change my mind one day. Maybe I meet someone that makes me want to have kids. I don't know, right? But assuming I don't change my mind, which I don't think at my age it is going to be a thing, but you never know. If I don't change my mind and I'm with someone that wants to have kids, and we get to the point where, you know, we have a disagreement on that, my answer was always, I think it's a good reason to break up. Most relationships end, right? Most relationships end. Not many of them end for a good reason, right? I think if it ends because of that, at least it makes sense. I think I would be very accepting of that. I would be sad, of course. It would be a shame, but, you know, at least, you know, it's a better reason to separate and break up with someone than, oh, I banged your best friend while you were away. Right? Like, it's a much better reason to break up. So, I don't know. I find it, you know, it's just a matter of life, right? You just have a difference of path in life, and you just... Wouldn't that be something important you would discuss earlier in a relationship? In a lot of cases, yeah, but there can be people that change their mind, right? You can be with someone who's like, oh yeah, no, I don't want kids, or whatever. Like, right now I don't want kids. Do you just not enter a relationship with them because, oh well, they might change their mind? No, of course not. Like, if they tell you, oh, I 100% want kids, and if you're not sure, I don't think it's a good idea when we enter a relationship, then great, then you don't, right? But if they're like, well, I don't really want kids right now, I don't think I want them, or I feel like 50-50 about it. You just not take the risk, and you're like, oh, well, whatever. I don't know, I think I would be like, well, you know, knowing that it could be an issue down the line, are you still willing to enter that relationship? Because I don't think I'm going to change my mind. So if you end up wanting some, we might have you know, we might end up in a problematic situation down the line. I don't know, I think it's a decision to be made after, you know, after an interesting, like, you know, probably a pretty serious conversation, right? But I think it would be fair to be like, you know what, I feel 50-50 about it, I'm willing to take the chance, because I think you're amazing, or whatever, and let's try, right? As long as it's made with good intentions, and like, if down the line that breaks us up, well, there you go. And as long as it's not like, oh yeah, you'll change, you know, I'm gonna make sure you change your mind, or I hope you will change your mind, I think it should be fine. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it's something you need to discuss, but I think that's more of a thing that happens when you get a little bit older, right? I feel like when I was younger, that was not even a thing I was thinking about, right? You just get into a relationship and you don't think about the long-term plans very much. But yeah. What's up, shepherds? How are you doing today? Hold on, what was the... Should people with severe health issues that can be passed on their children be banned from having them? don't think so. I think if I was someone who has a severe illness that can be passed down, I would definitely, you know, and if I wanted children, it would definitely be something I would think about and have like a really hard thought about it. Like it would be, yeah, it would be a bit of a, like a, you know, it would be a difficult conversation with myself, I guess. But yeah, I don't think you can enforce that, right? I think that's one of the fundamental things about children is people are free to have kids. Because otherwise, you know, before looking at illnesses, we should be looking at like people that should not have children because they're not responsible enough to have them, right? Like I always joke about the fact that, you know, it's harder to get a license to cross a country's border, like a, you know, a paper that tells you can cross a country's border, than it is to create another human being you will be responsible for, and all that the terrible things that can happen with that, right? I always joke about the fact that we should have like parenting licenses before you're allowed to make children, which of course I'm saying as a joke. Of course it makes no sense because it would be very, very bad. Like it would probably get to, you know, it would be used for terrible, terrible things. You know, like the line between oh yeah, we make sure people that have children have that much money or are that responsible or have that blah 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 blah, or their physical fitness or, you know, health is that good or whatever. The line between that and getting into like pure eugenics is very thin, unfortunately, right? And I think it would be a terrible slippery slope, but I get the idea, right? I understand the idea, but yeah, I don't think it's something you can enforce. Like, obviously the slippery slope would, you know, how long before you can only have children if you're white and rich? You know, we need to be careful with that. What's up, Malachaz? How are you doing today? But yeah, it's a complex topic for sure. Like children, you know, parenting, very complex topic. And I think it's super interesting to have a game touch on that. I've not seen that happen very often. I'm actually pretty happy. This is really cool. Interesting theme for the game to touch on. You changed my entire perspective. That doesn't happen very often on the internet, right? I appreciate you for it. Infamous. What's up, Drew? How are you doing today? Yeah, DJ. I mean, okay, low key, I see the conversation happening more and more. It's becoming a very big talking point for conservatives. If you haven't, I don't know if you've noticed it, but if you look around, like, you know, social media like Twitter and all that, it's becoming a very frequent talking point. Like the decline of birth rates and all that. And the problem is, if you look at it closely, it's very often associated with, oh, you know, our people are having less kids and the immigrants are having a lot of kids, which is gonna, you know, mean that they're gonna take over or whatever. That's the big talking point right now. If you look at like conservative media, which obviously, you know, is tainted with something more than just worrying about, you know, the survival of mankind, right? There's a little bit more involved there. But yeah, we're not gonna get into a big conversation about that right now because we're getting to the back end of today's stream, so I don't want to get into like big political conversation, but we need more trad wise. But that's something a lot of people think, yeah. I don't know if I'm part of those people, but I don't think I am. Everyone should do exactly what they want to do. That's my perspective. As long as you don't hurt anyone else, you And if you want to be a trad wife, be a trad wife. That's awesome. And you'll find plenty of people that will be very happy with that. But I know Cassie's joking, of course, but, you know. I could go for a trad wife, make my sourdough bread. Trad husbando is probably not so great. I want to be... That's not trad husband, but I want to be a stay-at-home dad. That would be my... No, not a dad. A stay-at-home husband. Sorry. I would be totally fine with that. Stay at home, do my stuff, take care of the house, do the chores and everything, and the wife just comes home, put her feet up, and enjoys the food and everything. Well, you know, if she wants to go at work during the day, or if she's doing like other independent stuff, she's also working from home or whatever, I don't care. I will take care of everything. Very happily. I love chores. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want the kids. I just want to stay at home and do my thing. And do all the chores and take care of the house. And my wife makes all the big money, you know? That's totally fine with me. Love that. Yankthar? I mean, that aspect of it, I can see the merit, right? Trying to live off the grid a little bit, or like old school stuff. I love chores. First time in history those words have been uttered. I'm sure it's not, but... No, listen. Stay at home partner while my girlfriend or wife makes the millions. With her own businesses and all that. That sounds great. Ideally, we'd both work from home. And we're both successful doing our shit. That would be the ideal scenario right there. Yeah, Yanktar? Yeah, I don't mind the grind though. Like, I mean, you know, the grind, like doing my thing from home, right? Which is a bit different, I guess, than having to work for someone else, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Conversation of passing on illnesses rarely involves those of us with the illnesses, and we 100% a lot of the time will say, I will not wish this on anyone, I'll adopt. Oh yeah, adopting is also like obviously a good thing, you know, if you wanna have health concerns. But in the grand scheme of like the, you know, like the idea of the birth rates conversation, that obviously is a problem still. But yeah, obviously adopting is great. An entire dating site about nothing but house husbands might be viable. I will register day one. If that happens, I will be in the beta test. I like vacuuming. There's something... I feel the same about everything. All the chores. When I was writing my novel, like the two novels that I published, when I was writing them, I was very much, you know, stay-at-home partner at the time. And every time I was stuck, that was my daily sort of schedule, was I was starting to work, and always, every day, I would have a point in the day where I'm stuck, and I don't know, like, I'm a bit, like, unsure of how to solve the problems I'm having in the story, and I would just stand up and do the chores. Vacuum, de-dust, you know, a little bit, clean the bathroom, do the dishes, and every time, once I was done, after like 30 minutes, I would sit back down on my computer and I would, you know, the speed at which I would work after that was insane. It would always unlock my brain for some reason. So, yeah, I don't know. What's up, Prof? How are you doing today? Oh yeah, no, I'm taking my time, as you can imagine. Every conversation in this game is a source of discussion. It's beautiful so far. I love it. Yeah, we're just talking, obviously we're talking about like parenting and children because of the whole conversation about not having kids and all that. This is a conversation channel with a side game. It's what it's meant to be, for sure. Yeah, Electra. Yeah, I like that idea. I think that's really cool. That's also the kind of that's the kind of ideal relationship I wish for myself as well. And that's an interesting thing because it, you know, I remember being younger and always being like, it's interesting how actors always date amongst themselves, or wrestlers, like pro wrestlers, always date amongst themselves, and you know, celebrities and all that. And it never really like hit me until recently when I, you know, with the streaming thing, that I'm like, I get it. Like all my past, you know, little things, sort of relationships or situations or whatever that I was involved in were always with other people that were involved in the Twitch sort of sphere. And now I get it. Now I understand why people date amongst like the same sort of like, because it's, first of all, it's hard to meet anyone else when you're like so invested in a specific like activity, right? I don't go out very often and all that. And it's hard to find people that understand what you're doing. When you're doing like something a little bit unique, like outside of the sort of norm, it's hard to find someone accepting of that. At this point, I'm pretty sure I'm just, you know, I'm gonna have to, my only hope is dating another streamer, probably. Because I need someone who gets it, who understands what I'm doing and gets the difficulties and the hardships and the limitations that it, you know, involves. And it's sort of, you know, or at least someone who's very involved in the Twitch sort of side of things, right? Someone who gets it. Even if they're not a streamer themselves, right? That's sort of like the only hope for me. Because like go out in Switzerland at a bar, and like, oh yeah, what do you do? Oh, I'm a like marketing assistant or whatever. Or I'm a, you know, a doctor or whatever. And then they ask you what you're doing, and oh, I'm a streamer on Twitch. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's like a YouTube thing. And then they sort of get it. But then they're like, you know. If you're famous, I think it's okay. Like if you're like a huge channel that's making like bank, I think you can pretty much get away with it, because they're only gonna see the fact that you're, you know, you're doing great, right? You have a very high income activity. And they'll be like, oh, okay, that seems fine, right? But if you're like sort of in the struggling side of things like I am, and like most streamers are, you need someone who's gonna be understanding of that, right? Because, yeah, it's, you know, it's something that can scale very high, but it's also likely that it might not, and it's gonna take a while, so. Yeah. Stuff, finding friends, partners, IRL is easier in general, but finding people with similar interests is kind of hard, yeah. Sure, redacted. That's a part of it, for sure. In fact, when I was writing full-time, and my girlfriend had a, you know, more typical job, even though she didn't have that typical of a job, she was a fashion designer. Like, she was doing, like, an artistic job, but, you know, she had to go to the office, quote-unquote, every day, and I was just staying at home and writing and going to conventions and doing all that kind of stuff, right? I could see, like, there was some, like, animosity because of it very often, even though, you know, I was doing pretty good with, you know, doing the work at home because I knew I was home and she wasn't. And, like, even her family didn't get it. Like, her family was, her mom, specifically, was very aggressive with it. She did not get it. Like, she did not like me being a writer. But, oh well, it is what it is. I mean, I'm still a writer technically. I just haven't written. I haven't published a novel in a few years now. My last one came out in 2021. So I haven't been writing too much since I got back into streaming. My attention was very, like, after 2021 was a bit rough, you know, got out of a long relationship. 2022, you know, my grandmother was sick. 2022, my grandmother passed away, so I took care of her for a while, and then I started streaming again. Yeah, I haven't been writing much, but I'm still, you know, I'm once a writer, always a writer. But yeah, I wrote novels. Technically, science fiction young adult novels is what my publisher's marketing them as. Work from home, modeling here and there. Game a lot. Someone needs to understand that and be supportive. Well, I mean, you're on Twitch, so you're in the right place to meet like-minded people, I think. Yo, Ren, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Alexa XOXO. 224. Thank you so much, Ren. That's a targeted sub. It's kind of weird. I don't think that's someone I know. A friend wanted the cute emotes. I'll give the sub. Oh, I see. Well, hey, nice. I hope your friend enjoys the emotes. Yeah, for sure, Timmy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, for sure, redacted. Yeah, that's always. It's interesting because I always had that conversation when I was teaching as well. People were like, "Oh, teacher, that's kind of cool, right? You work 6 hours a day. You have like 13 weeks of holidays per year and all that." And my answer was always the same. It was like, well, you know, there's a school to become a teacher. We're struggling. There's not enough teachers. Trust me. You will be able to get in. If you apply for the school, you will get in. And then you can become a teacher. And you can enjoy the same benefits. Oh, well, I don't have the patience to deal with kids. Well, there you go. So don't be telling me that I have an easy job if you don't think you can do it. Yeah, Electra. That's funny. Yeah, my second novel is dedicated to my ex, actually. And we broke up just as the book was coming out. That was great. But I don't mind. At the time I was a little, I felt a bit rough about it, but now I don't mind at this point. You know, she still, she still helped me finishing it. When I wanted to give up on it, she pushed me to finish it. So that I can't take away from her. Anyway, let's see. So it destroyed the relationship with the person I love the most. I wonder, I think she's talking about Gustav, but I have no guarantee. Let's see.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to spend this moment with him. Which
confirms that she was talking about Gustav. Also, that's kind of like a boundary setting. That sentence is clear, like, you know what, Marie? You gotta shut your bitch ass up right now. I want to spend time with Gustav, not with you judging me. Is Mary gonna get it though? I have my doubts. Let's see.
And you should cherish this moment with your daughter.
Oof. Going for the kill there, Sophie. Jeez. You know, this is a manner of speaking. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is not a very sincere apology. I don't believe in it.
See you at the harbour.
Yeah, no, that's just a, you know, that's just a, you know, I give up, but I still think I'm right. Kind of sorry. I'm pretty sure. I love her glasses, though.
Good luck, Mary.
Aw, Sophie is too kind. Way too kind.
See you at the harbour.
Good luck, Mary.
Okay, so there's no, it's not like, you know, like you don't have to talk to characters multiple times. I think once it's done, it's done. I'm still gonna check every time, but yeah, no, I mean, all the fashion in this game is exceptional. Like, Sophie's outfit is amazing. Even Marie's outfit is great. The girl, Tiffany, the one we talked to earlier, Tiffany, her sort of coat was really cool too. Mm. How do you save? I think it hasn't saved in a while. Hold on. I just thought about it, like, how do you save? Well, I guess it says saving at the bottom of the screen, right? I'm guessing I need something to happen for the game to save. That statue is pretty interesting. Yeah, and Thor, it's always like, hold on. How do I save? I don't know. Oh shit! And the music stopped! Oh, that's a nice touch. The music stopped, and we can interact with the piano. Oh. Oh, what? How am I supposed to know the speed at which I'm supposed to play that? I'm trying to get the melody to know at which... I don't think it's actually supposed to be a song. I think it's just like a little melody with some notes. Maybe not. Maybe there's like a cadence to it that I don't quite get, you know? You know, like a little rhythm to it that I don't have. Yeah, I don't know. Without knowing the song, it's kind of hard. They don't play the same song! That's amazing. Also, careful, Sleepy, because I just switched the characters. So in this case, you know, no harm, no foul, but technically you're not allowed to give me suggestions like that. We have very strict no backseating rules. It's okay, it's all good. No harm, no foul. Everyone, you know, gets deleted around here. It always happens, but... And in this case, again, perfect example, because there was no harm. I was already switching, so... But otherwise it would have robbed me of the surprise of like, oh shit, Gustav has a different song. Which is, you know, much more exciting if I find out. Yeah, now you're one of us. You've been deleted. You're officially a part of the community now. Oh! There we go. Yes. Nice. This one, it's the theme that, you know, we've heard earlier, so it made sense. I need to try again with Sophie. Maybe it's another melody I didn't quite... Yeah, the last note is a bit different. I think it's just because it's like the, you know, a bit of a, like, conclusion to the... Yeah, I think it's meant to be like sort of a more of a transition. Interesting. I'm assuming... No, this one's a different... Hold on. Oh! Oh. Maybe it's the piano music while when we first met her, right? But it didn't play for long enough for me to like sort of internalize it, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. This one's harder for sure. No. This one's... I love that we could figure it out. That's cool. Nice. Kind of wish it rewarded you if you did the rhythm correctly. I love that the music stops when you get close to the piano. That's so cool. What a nice little touch. That was really cool. Oh. People who are about to gommage leave their furniture. Oh, that's so sad. So that others may use them. Examine. Sophie and Gustave examine the stuff left behind.
We can use that.
Color of Lumina can be consumed to give additional Lumina point to a character. The rest is better left off for future generation. So we just grabbed stuff for ourselves. Now that's selfish. I mean, I guess it's not like they're gonna need them. But that's... Okay, isn't it a little bit insensitive of Gustave to just grab stuff in front of Sophie, who's about to gommage herself? That feels kind of insensitive, right? Like, at least wait for them to be, you know, wherever they're going, right? I don't know. It feels a little... yoink. It feels a little rude from Gustave. The way he said we can use that, yeah, it's just so happy about it. Oh, hey, nice. People are gommaging, so I can just use their stuff. How cool is that? Alright, so how do saves work? Okay, this one just happened. Wait, there's two of them? That's weird. 3 hours, 17 minutes. 27 minutes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I would love to keep playing this, it is time. It is unfortunately time for me to call it already. Jeez. What a... Man, what a first episode. Merde, yeah, I know. Thank you everyone for watching. That was the first episode of Expedition 33, Clair Obscur. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. For more adventures of Expedition 33. I think we're we should be back on the regular schedule right now. You know, I've taken a long enough break. I'm ready to get back in and just you know, it's a good time. I'm excited to play more of this. Yeah, join Discord for those of you who haven't joined Discord yet. Best way to know whenever I'm going live or get the announcements or anything. If you're tier 2 sub or above, there's a spoiler chat where you can discuss all the stuff you're not allowed to discuss in the stream because of the rules. So make sure to do that. If you are a tier 1, there's a few channels you can use. If you're a tier 3, there's a few channels you can use as well. Whole bunch of stuff for those of you who want to, you know, connect with the community a little more. But yeah, otherwise I'll be there tomorrow. Today's French song was sung in English, but it was a French artist, which I thought was very appropriate considering the game's French, but is in English. But yeah, the song of the day, you can suggest songs for me to play at the beginning of the streams during the countdown. The theme for this playthrough is French. It can be French artists or French language songs. Either or is fine, or both. So yeah, make sure to keep that in mind. I have a whole bunch of songs that I want to play myself, but I'll take suggestions for sure. All right, let me raid out. We're gonna raid out to Nasrallah, who is doing his first stream as a partner on Twitch TV. The man did it. He's officially a partner now. Let's go celebrate that with him. And yeah, give him a little bit of support. But yeah, thank you everyone. That was fun. That was fun one. Good conversations. Game's super interesting. I'm really excited to play more of this. Yeah. I think that's about it. That's about it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know this is, you know, like for those of you who are new around here, very slow pace. It's a very different style of streaming than most people. We're not gonna rush around through the game. I mean, we're over we're 3.5 hours into the game and we barely made any progress whatsoever. We're still in the prologue as far as I, you know, as far as I can tell. So this is, you know, the multi-stream prologue is not a rare, it's not a rare thing around here. It happens more often than you think. So yeah, more of that tomorrow. On this note, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.